So when last we left our intrepid hero, the most pathetic man this side of video gamedom. Seriously, can we think of anybody more pathetic than James?
Did a little girl run out of here?
Yeah, she was too fast for me. Aren't you gonna go after her?
Well, yes. Congrats, North. No, I think James is more pathetic than Vaughn, honestly. He's really pathetic.
Where are you going? This isn't the way that little girl went.
Well, then where'd she go? English, do you speak it? Yeah, Vaughn at least knows how to hold his own in a fight. Well, let me just head towards the fog. Yep. I've run out of jokes to talk about the fog. There's just so many. And there's so much. Excuse me. Wrong adjective there. Oh man, I love these classic games so much. This I sit back and I think, what the hell was I missing out on not playing this game back in the day? At this point in time, I was playing Mega Man X4, Mega Man X1, Final Fantasy 6, Chrono Trigger. What the hell was wrong with me? What's actually funny is Morrowind does have a better view distance. Oh, we're going this way again. Is this where I should be going? This doesn't feel like it. Okay, hang on. I'm sure she'll yell at me if I'm going the wrong way. And that's sad, because for those of you who have not heard me say this, Morrowind, this is not a joke, actually triggers my claustrophobia a little bit. Because of how close the fog is. And it is, I'd say, triple, maybe quadruple the overall length, or distance you can see, you know, the render radius. Well, there's a very simple rule. If I say, alright, Google moment, or, alright, where do I go? Or, you know, if I ask for help, then please feel free to tell me where to go. Speaking of which, where do I frickin' go right now? Where the hell is the hospital? How would I know to go to the hospital? Okay. And, okay, Mr. Red says Heaven's Night, but I tried going down that route, at least I think I did. And it was like, no. Yeah, I'm with you, Xavion. Back in Asheron's Call, there was an option to completely get rid of any fog or rendering stuff and just see the game as it is. And I always actually preferred it that way, so I could actually tell what I was looking at and where I was going. It also helped with navigation. Like, if I, the player, would rather see the edges of the world loading in, let me, please. It's like I say, gameplay options, good thing. 9 times out of 10. Okay, so that's the Bolorama. Okay, so we've successfully looped. Hello, Jax. Will the game be scary? I have no idea. Anybody who's been scared by this game, do you think this game would be scary if there was no fog? Yeah, I'm trying not to sound insulting, play default, but, like, yeah, I don't find this to be a particularly scary game. I find it to be a game where I can't tell where I'm going. So that's scary. That's irritating. I have a look. Okay, so I can't go to Heaven's Night this way. Alright, let's try the other way. Well, I mean, if it's darkness or fog, it's the same general problem, right? Thank you, Kinix Cow. Always appreciate you giving me the sun! Ah! Now I'm blind. Yakuza 0. Jedi Fallen Order, and Jack. You don't know jack about the Jack block. Well, I mean, I don't. I don't know jack about the Jack block. Good, Linerith. Maybe he'll actually get some freaking exercise for once. See, the problem here is I could see the point of the fog, like, in any area where, say, there's an enemy or might be an enemy. But if fog indicates enemies, then anytime you enter a fogged area, you know there's going to be enemies there, which kind of diminishes the point of that. In other words, if you know there might be enemies, you're going to approach it differently. So I could see why you'd want to always have fog, you know? So it's like, oh, yeah, okay, so you can't get rid of the fog for that reason. Because if you could just see an enemy from, you know, however many feet away, or popping in, worse, then it's like, oh, okay, there's an enemy down there, got it. Okay, so we cannot go to Heaven's Night. Mr. Red has, in fact, lied to us. So let's just go this way. Like, I don't know, you've probably noticed this, but the fact that I feel the need to constantly double-check my map to figure out where the hell I am and what I'm aiming at, because it is so hard to orient myself. That's not what I would call horrifying or engaging. It's just, oh, okay, hang on. Where am I? Okay, am I there yet? Am I there now? I was actually thinking about that. Could someone do me a favor and look up when Final Fantasy X came out? The original Japanese release. I swear there's a reason I'm asking. Okay, when did this game come out? Again, original release. Oh wow, actually came out after. The reason I bring it up is Final Fantasy X has what I like to call the default minimap, the PS2 minimap. You've seen it if you've played like any PS2 game that has a minimap, because they all use the same damn minimap. I swear it was something that was baked into the PS2's architecture. Anyways, I'm not asking for like something super in-depth, but like something at least as basic as a zoomed-in map or what direction I'm currently facing would really not go amiss in a game like this for me. And the reason I was asking is because FF10 does that. Yeah, it's so immersive, constantly checking my map to see what direction I'm facing Darkrai. Man! Oh, God, that's just like in real life where I walk in a direction for a while and then check my map to make sure I'm still going in the direction because the camera swiveled around me. It's not immersive. It's bad design. Now, as usual, one of the most likely things, one of the best ways to fix this whole problem is to make it a goddamn toggle. Something the SNES was able to handle about 7 years before. No, that's actually more than that. No, I'm right, 7 years before this. Imagine if I just press a button and it's like, hey, the minimap goes away. And now I don't have to see it and I can have my precious immersion. Because, yeah, I mean, they give us a map. You could even do a thing where you can't pull up the minimap until you've gotten the map for an area, which is fine. That's easy enough to code. And on that, we will just flat out disagree, Relicted. This is just boring to me. I'm slowly getting more and more irritable the more I don't know where I'm going and don't know what I'm doing. I'm just sitting here thinking, okay. So... I'm just going to pull up a walkthrough, because this is just a waste of my time. "10 minutes in. I've already pulled up a walkthrough." Yeah, I hear that insult all the time, Verlictum, and I will always disagree with that. Yeah, like, we're supposed to follow the girl. Remember earlier when the game was actually giving you indicators of where to go and how to, even in the apartment, which I didn't like overall, still had things where, like, you'd get something and it's like, oh, okay, and that would give you an idea or an indicator of where you're going next. And, of course, the beginning of the game actually treated this extremely well. Thanks to how the map was designed and thanks to where the enemies were and thanks to just literal things like blood on the ground, we had an indicator of where to go and what to do. Right now our indicator is, follow the girl. Oh, but not that way. That's it. No guidance whatsoever. So we're literally just roaming. Okay, where am I going? Where am I going? Okay, we are supposed to get to Heaven's Night. Not sure how, but sure. All right. Hang on. Let's go back. Let's go back. No, don't. Ah! Yeah, but I tried the back alley and I couldn't see anything to go. So let's see what I missed because I'm apparently a flaming moron. I was talking to my friend Pax about this. He and I both managed about the same amount of this game back in the day. Can you guess how much? You can, based on the nature of the conversation we're having right now. I'll give you a hint. We never actually reached the town. Yeah, it was about 15 minutes. You know that earlier section? Okay, this is too early. That earlier section where it's like just walk to town through extremely dense fog where nothing is happening. Here's the Bolorama. Okay. And here's the alleyway again. What did I miss? What am I missing? Get out of my way, Maria. Nobody actually likes you. Okay. Okay, then now this is promising. Yep, okay. Ah. I actually had a guide. The problem was the guide said the exact same thing Darkrai said. Go to the alley. And I'm like, That's why I just started right walling a bit there.
She went through there.
We totally can't fit through there.
Is there any other way?
Yeah, there is. Right through there.
Okay.
It's no good. It's locked.
By the way, I missed it, Darkrai. What's the positive you mentioned? Oh, it's the timer. James, stop trying to peep down our cleavage. That's what I was expecting too, honestly. First of all. Okay, so we've successfully managed to make some tiny, minuscule amount of progress. Music, hey. God, this place is so filthy, and there's water everywhere. The water I don't quite get. The fog makes more sense, but the water? I don't know. Listen, Shibu is just the bestest of boys. Or girls? Yeah! Okay. Wait, what? Did I seriously loop? Oh my god, I think I did. It's actually funny. I actually looped. Here's a question. How many of you have gotten a 10-star rating in this game? The only reason I even bring it up is because I don't even know if this has been solved at this point in time, but I remember there being a bit of a kerfuffle about what exactly qualifies as a 10-star, like what the game tracks for that. Last I checked, and this is coming from Speedrunning Tech, it's time, kills, items, and damage taken. Technically, it's actually 100 stars, but you know what I mean. Oh wow, Mega Skull and Spockman. They have to actually watch the films they're judging? That's crazy talk! This is unacceptable. I guess we go this way now. But for a long time, people were questioning, like, what exactly qualifies for stars and... Star.
Over there!
Wait, stunt people are people? What? Get out of here. Okay, hospital. We made it to the hospital. We've successfully progressed. Alright, Maria. I wonder if I can attack Maria. Oh, that's gross, Darkrai. Ah! Ugh. I haven't even had my breakfast yet, and that still sounds gross. I'm about to not have my breakfast because of that. fingers. I don't like eating pudding with my fingers too. I've done that once when I had no spoon or fork or anything. I pretty much decided I'm not doing that again. That wasn't satisfying. See, this part of having no map, I actually don't mind. The initial route of finding a map in an area, I'm usually with. Now watch me change my mind on that. Once we get a map, like, give me my mini-map, please. Oh, God, Roman Cure, kill me! Kill me! Alright, sorry. What? Hi? As I say that, Pyramid Head pops out and starts rolling towards me. Although, I guess he wouldn't, would he? I was actually thinking about that. You don't have to answer this at all, but it's an interesting question to ask. What your Silent Hill would look like, you think? Oh, hey, our first nurse is... Wow, I can't even tell they have giant cleavage right now. So let's see, how much did that hurt? Okay, yeah, let's heal. Truly, there's nothing more terrifying than not knowing how much cleavage a woman has. There's a typewriter here. I've got no use for this. What's this? A sheet of carbon paper. I know it. I know the number of the box. 8446. It can't help him anymore. The button key doesn't scare me, so nobody can stop who I am. I don't know who I am. Is who I am. Is who I am is. Got it. 8446. You got it. So write that down, please. Enjoy the clipping, Mr. Red. You know, we have a bunch of ammo. Maybe we should just use it. Hang on. Let me try to remember how to actually use the buttons of this game. No. How do I back out? There we go. I'm ready. Nice, sexy nurses. God damn it. Die. Die. Okay. I didn't know the nurses were in other games. That's actually interesting. Considering Silent Hill is totally a place of healing, wink wink. That makes sense. I've actually heard a theory that the nurses in general, the monsters I should say in general, represent angels. I'm not sure I buy that. I have my own theory. A lore theory. Thanks for watching. Pretty much, Kenix, yeah. It depends on your interpretation of what Silent Hill is. Emphasis on what. I do, as I've said earlier, have my own theory. Although my theory is completely conducive to Silent Hill 2 and not the rest of the franchise. This goes into something I was talking to Savicom about just yesterday. What Silent Hill is kind of depends on which writer is writing it at a given point in time. So, any of my theories are pulled purely from this game and not anything else. How's our health? That's not that. That's not the button. Ah! I can't tell what our health is. I better pop a potion. No, 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 no. There we go. Exactly. Darkrai. Like I said, depends on the game. Not the only franchise like that. Okay, so bad news, we haven't found the map yet. Worse news, I don't even know what I'm doing here. I mean, yeah, Konami's kind of awful, so yeah, no blame there. I don't know if they were one of the worst to work for, because Ubisoft exists. And 2K Games. And Tencent. So, yeah, Konami has been out of the game for so long that I don't think we have a ton of information on exactly how awful it was to work there. I imagine it wasn't great. Weirdly enough, EA, Kraken-san. I even refreshed myself on the fact that EA continues to not be total dog crap recently. We're going through Andromeda.
Ow!
What's wrong?
I just pricked myself.
On
Are
what?
you okay?
Yeah.
Bent needle. Okay, cool. I know, Kraken-san. Ditto, by the way, about both franchises. I mean, I actually played all the way through Command & Conquer 4. That's all I have to say about that. Yep, James is so... At least Vaughn wouldn't take damage from a teddy bear, right? But no, like I was talking about in the MEA run, the reason EA is as sufficiently high on the list as they are is specifically as how they treat their employees. They don't treat their customers super great, and they don't treat their IP super great. But at least their employees are taken care of. And, you know, I'll take that, right? It is quite literally better than the alternative. Okay, so we have a needle. What else do we have? We have a needle. We got a key. Which was this thing. Lapis Eye. Lapis Eye? Examination room key. Hey. Oh yeah, Rabtoons, right, Bellyvalda. And yeah, Penelo was quite literally a cardboard cutout. What's funny is for years, and I think this is still technically true, I've preferred Penelo over Vaughn. Not because she's a better character, she is in fact less of a character. Which makes her better than Vaughn. I just realized. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm streaming this game completely wrong. I apologize. I can fix this. There we go. Perfect. Can you even see me? am I actually visible? Perfect. Let's do it. Oh god, I'm so scared! Oh god! Oh god! Ah! Overreacting for the sake of the stream. I should stream Kingdom Hearts like this. Kingdom Hearts! Fill me with the power of darkness. Silent Heart. I could see it. Yeah, of course it did, Bladeville. Okay, funny thing, I can actually see the game a little bit better this way. just a bit. I mean, I actually do have a flashlight. Okay, so I still haven't found a map, and that's starting to bother me. Because I'm losing more and more of where I am in the level. So I'm just going to keep trying every door. I don't actually see the poo whore. Okay, that's where I got the lapis key. Yeah, I thought about doing something with the brightness settings of the PS2. Just to make it a little easier to see. I'm also, you know what? I've already given it a negative. Maybe I should just get rid of this grain effect. You know? Hang on a sec. Nope, that didn't do it. Hang on. I mean, the grain is a straight post-processing effect, so it makes sense that it could, in code terms, just be a toggle. Where's... hang on, I'm sorry. I'm not actually 100% sure how to implement cheats in this totally legit, real PS2 I'm using. How do I... a slider? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, no, it's right there. What in the world? So how do I do? How do? I got this working yesterday. Why isn't this working today? Hang on a second, please. Sorry for the delay. Just, you know what? This is just part of the atmosphere. This is ridiculous. Okay, system tab. That's what I want. Where the hell's the system tab? Darkness. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Dead parents. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Got a bunch of money. Ba-na-na-na-na-na. Kinda makes it better. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Aha! Aha! Found it. There we... Oh! Oh, my eyes. Oh, my eyes. Oh. Oh, God. I'm sorry. That was legitimately giving me a headache yesterday. So, now, before I move any further, I'm going to save. Now, here's the weird thing. There's apparently a 60 FPS patch. I kind of want to see what that looks like. Oh, that looks nice. Look at that. Look at that. I like it. I like it. I mean, I get that the grain gets worse when you're an enemy, but, like, that's what the radio does. And the sound effects. I mean, if this is, like, everything that we just did is a simple memory patch, so it wouldn't surprise me if that's all they did with the port over on PC. Maria, get out of the way. Good morning off the deeper end. Okay, so... Okay. Gotta reorient myself now. Yeah, I can actually see where I'm going. It's weird. I'll be honest, I'm starting to be a little turned around. I'm even specifically trying to go somewhere, and I'm failing at it. Here? Nope. Oh yeah, no, it's night and day, isn't it, getting rid of that grain? Like I said, I've already given the negative for the film grain because of headache-inducingness, so... I'm sorry, Judo Joker, I apologize. Hang on, I will immediately jab my temples with an ice pick. Wait, no, you're the one who's not immersed. I will jab your temples with an ice pick. And then Silent Hill will send me a bunch of visions of people being jabbed with ice. Literal, like, icicle. Sorry. Okay. Let's go back to the beginning. Because, yeah, I probably should have found the map by now. Shove. Get out of the way! It's okay, the developers of this game have played Final Fantasy IV. They know. They know. So, this is extremely off topic, but I was just reminded of it because I was debating the film grain thing. And I swear this is related. Anybody here seen the show Dragon Prince? The Netflix show went for 7 seasons, I want to say, 9 episodes each. Just finished a few years ago. And by a few years ago, I mean a few months ago. Excuse me. Okay, so I think this is the front door. Oh, I hate the humor in that show. Hey! Okay, so this has got to be where our map is. Wait, pathetically. Hey, I think that's it. I think that's it. No, give me the map. Give me the map. No, the map. The map. The map. Oh, maybe that's the map. I found the map. The map. Oh, my beloved. The reason I bring it up, though, is it's overall a decent show that occasionally sucks really badly, which, you know, describes most television, honestly. But the specific reason I bring it up is something came to my attention pretty recently. Hang on one sec. Jack Davis. He's attempted suicide 3 times in the past for reasons unknown. Though he's normally a model patient who follows doctors' and nurses' orders, he must be watched closely due to his past pattern of sudden and violent suicide attempts. Joseph Barkin. His illness seems to be rooted in the fact that he believes he is guilty of causing his daughter's death. His symptoms suggest a psychotic break and paranoid delusions. Normally calm, but tendency towards violence when excited. Joshua Lewis. History of hospitalization as well as numerous assault, battery, and other violent offenses. He has a strong persecution complex, a tendency to solve things through violence. Extreme caution necessary. Okay. Oh, there's our save point. Hello. I can't actually save. Oh, whatever. We have save states. Fine. Whatever. Wait. Lore, you're an idiot. Anyways, the reason I bring it up, something came across my table very recently. There was a study done about 6 or 7 years ago by Facebook, of all people, that was studying how much people pay attention to things while they're, hello, personal space, while they're watching television shows. The potential for this illness exists in all people, and under the right circumstances, any man or woman would be driven like him to the other side. The other side may not be the best way to phrase it. After all, there's no wall between here and there. It lies on the borders where reality and unreality intersect. It's a place both close and distant. Some say it isn't even an illness. I cannot agree with them. I'm a doctor, not a philosopher, or even a psychiatrist. But sometimes I have to ask myself this question. It's true that to us, his imaginings are nothing but the inventions of a busy mind, but to him, there simply is no other reality. Furthermore, he is happy there. So why, I ask myself, why in the name of healing must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? I got the key from Joseph, probably the key to that box. Purple bowl key. Okay. So Dragon Prince isn't at the level of Better Call Saul. I'm just going to lay that out there. Anyways. Wow, I'm glad I backtracked for this crap. Key and a map. Facebook did a study and was trying to determine, pseudo joker, and I never will, and was trying to determine exactly how much time people spent doing what with regards to while they were watching television, which I know sounds strange, but you see me right here, right? So you see I'm holding my phone up here? They determined that the overwhelming majority of people were spending more time on their phones while watching television than watching the TV itself. Something like 53% of the time, they weren't actually even looking at the screen while the show was playing. Now, you're thinking, okay, so some people don't like to watch TV. Sure, that's fine, whatever. Here's the problem. Several executives, including specifically Netflix executives, have been mandating that they dumb down the writing in order to accommodate the people who literally aren't watching. It's actually referred to as on-the-nose writing, but oftentimes people will literally say something that they don't need to say. I will use a specific example. where someone is like, hey, what's going on? I could really use a hug. Hug! Oh, thanks. We're hugging now. You know, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but not that much of an exaggeration compared to what actually happened. So yeah, lots and lots of verbal exposition, even when visual storytelling is actually present. What does this have to do with Dragon Prince? Well, in Dragon Prince, a show pushed out by Netflix in the era in which this was a thing, they do that a lot. Now, I said this is relevant to Silent Hill. Give me 1 second, please. Thank you, White Claudia. Very much, as always. And if you would like to put that towards up to 3 future streams, please let me know. So, I said I'd tie this back into Silent Hill, and I am a man of my word. Whoops, no, the walkthrough. I lost the walkthrough. Ah! Okay, walkthrough again. I'm not actually looking at it. I just want it there in case I need it. I want to find it again later. Okay. I think the film grain serves the same purpose. Especially considering it is an artificial thing dumped onto the game after the fact. The only actual benefit the film grain serves, other than literally hurting your eyes, is to, for those of you who aren't paying attention, the film grain gets worse when you get closer to an enemy, which is incredibly unnecessary. Like, there's so many things in the game that indicate an enemy is near, or that they're actively trying to attack you or whatever, and they decided to add the film grain thing just to have one extra way of no really expositing to the player that there's an enemy nearby. And that's why I draw that direct connection, is it feels unnecessary at best and actively irritating at worst. Okay, kitchen. We haven't been to the kitchen. Let's try the kitchen, shall we? It's probably one of the only legitimate missteps I could point to in this game so far. Aw. Damn. Wait, kitchen's the other way. Kitchen's the other way. Woo! Oh, it's blocked. No! No! And yeah, there's a storytelling style that, of all things, My Little Pony started doing. Gen 4. That's curious, because I have to clarify that nowadays. Which was showing, then telling. And it was an interesting approach. It's exactly what it sounds like. First, they show something for the people who are paying attention. And then for the people who are not paying attention, they tell. They explain what's going on a little bit. It was an interesting approach because, again, it's kind of like what you just mentioned, Judo Joker. People paying attention can pick up on things, and people not are told things. It's not perfect. I do think execution still matters, obviously. Let's see. Is there a third floor? Oh, WoW does that sometimes. But no, someone asked earlier if I actually recommend Dragon Prince. Let me give you my, 2-sentence summary of Dragon Prince. Because there's 2 bullet points I could give to that game. 1 is that it has really good moments, and 2 is that it has absolutely no build-up or development for those moments whatsoever. Remember, you can pick up to 3 things, White Claudia. Not just 1. I will, however, put that towards Dragon Age 4 and possibly 2 other things. Did I say... Look, everything's a game to me, Linerith. That's not actually a joke. I will call my car game. Okay, so this is floor 6, 3. What floor is this? This is floor 3. Okay, so let's go back down. So that's the first problem. But the second problem is the unearned thing. They have absolutely no idea how to build up to a plot point. I'm not going to give any specific examples because it would be spoilers by default. But, imagine just for a moment that... let me make up an example. So it turns out this whole time, I'm actually Lord Jaraxxus, Eredor, Lord of the Burning Legion. And let's assume for a moment that the scene where I reveal that to you is this really well done, excellent scene. It's like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. But let's also say that there's no build up for it at all. None. In fact, there's actually negative build up for it because the build up and the establishment leading up to that moment does not coincide with the moment itself. It's as if the writers changed in mid-stride. Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous and Fallout New Vegas. You got it. Thank you again, Mike Claudia. I didn't say it felt super... Who said it felt super generic? Can't go there, can't go there. I already tried the locker rooms. I feel like I swept this area. Oh, you feel that way. Oh, that's valid. So how did it get greenlit? Okay. So, I think the biggest reason why it got greenlit is because, A, Netflix, and the era in which this show was greenlit was in the era in which Netflix was shotgunning shows out as rapid fire as they possibly could, regardless of any other factor. And B, oh my god, it's from the creators of Avatar! Sold! Oh, hello. I got Maria. See what I mean? Do we need the film grain to tell us that there's a sexy nurse there? I think not. I have other senses to tell me there's a sexy nurse nearby. Well, it's from one of the main writers from Avatar. You know, the guy who's a alleged massive misogynist, who was so bad he was actually fired from Riot Games for it. And if you don't understand how crazy that is, Riot Games is notorious for having a terrible working environment. Especially for women. I should say was. They have apparently been trying to fix that. I mean, I couldn't talk about books, so hats off to you there. I'm not sure. I also don't know who Toph is. I guess I can't go this way. Okay, whatever. I've already given you the only answers I have, Lineruth. Yeah, sure they are, Darkrai. Sure they are. Yeah, I haven't watched Avatar, by the way. I mean, I have, but I, didn't actually like it, so I stopped. And yeah, I know. Oh, God, what was that number I asked you to write down earlier? Like an hour ago? Oh, jeez. It's okay, I have a walkthrough. I can look. 8446. Okay, thank you. No? Doesn't seem to be working. Okay. Sleep, Scion, sleep. Okay, so that's a key door. Yeah, midnight. That sounds like go to bed to me. Get some rest. Actually, I agree with that completely off the deep end. I was going to comment on that. I also wasn't a super big fan of the apartment level from a gameplay perspective either. The hospital is already better laid out. Keep in mind, I'm currently lost. I still think that way. Actually, I'm aware of that, Darkrai, because, believe it or not, I've followed speedruns of this game. It's one of the only reasons I know as much about this game as I do, is thanks to speedrunning it. Maria, move. But yeah, if you start on a certain frame, you've set the RNG. That's actually extremely normal. Most games back in the day have a table which is cycling through it very, very rapidly, once per frame. Usually of about 256 entries, although it doesn't have to be 256. Sometimes it's 64, sometimes it's only 16. In any case, that table is what every other RNG pointer in the entire game points to. So you determine you determine the exact frame at which you start the game. That determines your seed for RNG for the entire game. And once you have reverse engineered that, you can predict basically everything. Pokemon games do this. Most Final Fantasy games do this. Even things like Mega Man games do this. Zelda games do this. It's extremely common programming trick because it's so easy to do. Okay, so I must have missed something here. So let's try these lockers again. Yeah, we still have the stupid pin, and we have the key. We have the worthless code. Yeah, exactly, Bledgeval. One of the earliest Final Fantasy VIII seeds I ever watched. Seeds, listen to me. Speedruns I ever watched was specifically trying to reverse engineer that code, because back when I was going through that speedrun, we were still trying to... listen to me. The community was still trying to reverse engineer the tables and figure out all the consequences of it. This is obviously a long time ago. I've been a lurker of the speedrunning scene for a couple decades at this point, so... It was always interesting watching people try to break apart a game and figure out how things work. See you around, Judo Joker. And Judo Joker was never found again because he felt so guilty about stealing the jelly donuts, he ended up in Silent Hill. Oh god, what kind of monsters would you see for having guilt over eating jelly donuts? How do I feel getting lost in video games? I do not enjoy being lost in video games in general. So, I want to explain why, though, because it's not enough to just say I don't like something. Like, anybody could say I like something or I don't like something. I prefer to give a why. So, the biggest and most obvious reason why I usually, big asterisk, don't enjoy being lost in a game, and actually, hang on, let's actually rewind that sentence a bit. Let's define what being lost in a video game actually means. It means not being sure where to go next and reaching the point where you're just trying stuff, right? Reaching the point where you have no further ideas on progression. That's important. If it's like, well, I haven't tried this yet, or I haven't tried that yet, you're not lost. You're still trying stuff, right? If you've reached the point where you have no further ideas to try and no further stuff to do, and you're just hitting every room sequentially, that's what I'm doing right now, by the way, that's lost. And the problem with that state, for me personally, is that it pulls me out of the game. Like, whether I'm playing a Metroid or a Silent Hill or an RPG or whatever, it doesn't matter, because the moment I hit that lost point is the moment I'm more cognizant of the fact that I'm playing a video game and just spinning my wheels. Obviously, I don't enjoy my time being wasted in general, but time wasted is such a malleable and mutative thing that, for example, in most really good Metroidvania games, if I am exploring, good word, Ross, I'll borrow that, if I'm going through and exploring through the game, then I'm having fun. My time is not being wasted because I'm still just trying to figure out what I'm doing. When I am lost, I am no longer utilizing my time correctly, and I'm perfectly aware of the fact that I'm playing a video game. So on the gameplay axis, I'm wasting time, and on the story axis, I am irritated because I'm no longer immersed in the game. Speaking of which, I'm going to pull up a walkthrough because I give up. Let's see here. Let's see. Sorry for that. Wanted to finish my breakfast. Okay, so we have gotten the needle, we've gotten the shotgun. Uh-oh, time to get rid of the light, Lunaruth. And give in to darkness. Where are we? Oh, and to answer you, Sub-Zero. Depends on your interpretation. There are quite a few different interpretations of what's exactly going on here. Oh man, I need to scream like a madman every time I'm like, oh, get out the door! all, Ross. Lab results. Ugh. Who would want to read lab results? Ugh, disgusting. The lighting doesn't bother me overly much, if that answers you, Mr. Red. The grain was the problem. We got rid of that. Okay. That was pointless. Oh, no, this is the cliche, right? The streamer's supposed to play the horror game in the dark, right? Oh, God, I'm so scared. You know. I'm making fun of streamers. I don't know how much more overt I can be about that. Popular streamers. I should be more clear about that. So what is the line for horror, not horror? So, unfortunately, what that really boils down to is the same question as what defines an RPG. The answer is and always will be, you know it when you see it. For me, it has to do with the primary vehicle and purpose of a particular game. Yeah, like Resident Evil is actually a great example of a game that very definitively is not horror. The closest Resident Evil's ever come to horror was Resident Evil 1. And it failed, to put that as simply as I possibly can. Ha! Yeah, Jill Sandwich, you know. The clunkiness, the jankiness, the ridiculous puzzles, and the awful voice acting. Yeah, like Resident Evil manages gross pretty well, especially the more modern ones, but like horror? Eh. I will actually agree with you, Sion. I think Resident Evil 7 was really trying to be horror. Why are you shining that right in her eyes? James, are you a dick?
Wait a minute.
Oh no, she has the cough! No!
It's just a hangover.
You should rest.
So comfy.
Oh, man, this disgusting bed is so
I'm gonna go
comfy.
look for her. For Laura. I'll be back as soon as I can.
God, I would not lay down on the bed. I wouldn't touch that bed. You know? Just, no, I'm good. I also would not leave her in this hellscape. But then again, I'm a human being, unlike James. Oh yeah, no, Maria's... Oh, absolutely, Sam. Depending on how... Okay. Depending on how... I guess we probably can't, can we? I don't think this is black licorice. Black licorice really does require something above and beyond to get to it. That's why we'll probably never get another black licorice game again. It's because at this point, I'm being specific enough and precise enough to not allow games that, you know, even might get the black licorice tag in. Wait, I missed that. What was it? Okay. Yeah, black licorice. So, coffee, for those of you not aware of my terminology, I apologize for using my own terminology. Coffee is something that I can understand why people like it. I don't like it, but I can look at that and say, yeah, that's a good cup of coffee, right? Black licorice is something that I can intellectually process that people like, but is so vomitously disgusting or awful to me that I do not understand and cannot understand why anyone would actually enjoy it. And that's kind of its own thing. Yeah, Starfield was just trash. Starfield, by definition, cannot get the Black Licorice title because it got a different title. Garbage. I suppose we could... I don't want to interrupt Silent Hill 2 for, like, an Oblivion thing, but we probably should actually cover that live. So I'm going to apologize in advance, because we probably really should cover the Oblivion thing live. No, Mr. Red. Okay. I don't know, Scion, it's technically your call. This is your run. Although I did kind of do this for the community as a whole, because, as I've hinted at before, I wasn't even expecting to be able to play the original Silent Hill 2. Probably Darkrai. But the problem is there's another one. Okay, that one's covered by that. A friend of mine happened to own a copy of this game. And so he lent it to me. So I have a copy of this game to play. Playing through it. Where's that? There it is. How about, like, the actual... Oh, my God, people. Sorry, give me a second. They're being dumb. Hang on. We still got 31 minutes left. It is a just-in-case thing, Xavion. I have been streaming for a long time, and I know what to be cautious on and how to be cautious. Konami is one of the middling tiers of companies when it comes to being litigious. But Konami is also a bunch of assholes, so I'd rather not risk that. In general, I do have a fairly simple rule. I do have to have a legally procured copy of a game in order to stream it, one way or the other. This is probably the most I've ever bent that rule, is with this very game. Worse than Nintendo. Nintendo actually is pretty chill, as weird as that sounds. I know what you're thinking, what? But no, actually, on the gradient, Nintendo is one of the least litigious. Process that for a second. I'm just getting this set up really quick. Who's the worst? 2K Games, 100%. 2K Games is by far the actual worst. Okay, I'm just going to let that sit there. Okay, back to the game. Okay, so... we didn't try there, and we didn't try the stairwell. Let's try the restroom first. Disney's weird. So Disney is kind of like default. In other words, they don't care about you at all unless they do care about you, in which case there is no winning and you should immediately capitulate to every whimsical demand that they have of you. So, like, for example, if I was to randomly start streaming a Disney film right now, that would be it. My channel would be gone, and that would be the end of it. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts about that. But for the most part, Disney doesn't bother you unless you cross a line, if that makes any sense. Is that it? No, don't apologize, Cyan. I don't... Yeah, getting Polka Sweater. There's no blame. It's just that was the closest we've ever come to a game that I honestly probably should never have streamed. Okay, so we got down here, but, like, there's nothing here? Like, we got rid of Maria. So that's cool. Maria's gone. Copy wrong is a horrible invention. I actually agree with that. Philosophically, in addition to the way it bothers me on a daily basis. I did get the roof cam, remember that. This way, I want to say. I think. And then here. I do like the load screen. The footsteps. Step. Whoop. I mean, they were very good songs, gameplay-wise. Okay. I don't think I've ever seen Jacob's Ladder. Heard of it. Oh, I remember that. Psychotic. Just, yeah. Cassandra, shut up. Now I have nothing left to lose. Oh, hello. And we're dead. Okay, so, moving on. Next game. Obviously, we're playing Silent Hill 1. Or 3. We should play 3. Yeah, Disney's legal teams are honestly kind of scary. And I'm not a lawyer. I'm just someone who, like, hobbies in law. Oh yeah, I should check my health. Yep, that did hurt. I suppose that's a duh that honestly would not have occurred to me. So thank you for pointing that out. Hasn't Konami, like, very tentatively started getting back into the gaming business lately? Am I misremembering that? Oh, they're awful, Kraken-san. I only know of a couple of cases all about the real estate stuff, and just woof. Okay, so that's... Alright. So back into the special treatment room. Well, I know they're... Yeah, they're making a new Silent Hill game, which is kind of shocking, but I thought there was something else they were getting back into. I'm probably misremembering. If Joseph looks calm, he can be taken out of his cell. And get a hiccup. Oh my god, I would go absolutely goddamn insane in this room. Like, I understand the point of the padded room, but, like, I'm not even playing... Like, I'm not physically here, and this is setting off my claustrophobia a bit. Can you imagine? Can you actually imagine being stuck in a room that is smaller than my closet? That is awful. That is Arkham crap right there. Jesus. Okay. Oh, I saw the blood. Someone bit his own tongue in there. No. Yeah, no, I agree off the deeper. This is just torture at this point. You're no longer... Ah! There we go. 3434. Okay, so... Oh, God, what was the other number? Because 3434 is probably the other number. Turn the numbers. Better not forget them. So I'll write them down here. The other one, my secret name. So 3434 is the turn one, and 8446 is the button one. Agreed. Psychotic. So, oh God, I can't remember what that's called, Xavion, but it's a thing cats have, apparently, in real life, where cats actually like being snug in something that's small or smaller than they are. I forget what that's called, but it is apparently a thing, and I know several people have that too. Okay, so now here's the tricky part. Where the hell was that lockbox? Because I'm going to admit I don't remember where that lockbox was. Does anyone remember what floor it was, at least? Okay, hang on. Let me pull up the walkthrough. Was it third floor? Okay, third floor. So let's... You know, I'm not actually sure, Scion. I've never played those. So I don't know. Oh, we're on the third floor. What? Well, okay. Oh, thank God I don't have to punch the button in each time. Thank you, Polka Sweater. The weather at Polka Weather. I actually own those games because they were added to the list at one point, so I bought them. Okay, so that was 3434. Game. There we go. 3434. And then 8446. Game. Game. Oh, I need the key. Right. Yeah, okay. Do I have the key? Is this one of the things where I have to use it manually? Hey! Oh man, this is gonna be great. I can't wait to see what's in this stupid box. I need another key. Oh my god, what have I been doing? What am I fighting for? Alright, let's try the bent needle. Nope. Purple bull key. Alright, it was all worth it for nothing. Okay, so we got a piece of hair. That's obviously a puzzle item. Oops, whoops. A puzzle item or a quest item or whatever. Okay, yeah, this is straight up a puzzle game, or sorry, point and click adventure game logic here. Okay. All right. So hang on. Let's look in here. We have a needle and a piece of hair. Okay. A letter from Mary. Yeah. Claustrophilia. That's a really weird sentence. Hey, Croatia. Croatia! Alright, let's see. I only have 18 shotgun shells. Okay, so... Can I combine this? Okay, so, like... Do it. Combine. Okay. But, like, do I need a third thing? Because that interface seems to indicate there's a third space there. So what else? Okay. 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 Well, alright. Let's look at the map. So immersive. Sorry. I'm being a dick. I apologize. You can tell I'm in a good mood because I'm joking. If I was in a bad mood, I'd just be sitting here sulking. So take that for what it's worth. This map is... You know, actually... It's not a bad map. The specific thing I think that pushes this into a gameplay positive is the fact that it marks stuff. This door, nope. This door, eventually. This door, you haven't tried yet. This goes through here, there's a circle here, etc., right? Like, that's not bad. Weirdly rough. I should jot this down while I'm at it. Yeah, this door was a lock, now it's open. Exactly. Like, that's... It's actually a surprisingly good map from a gameplay perspective. Go figure. I know! Oh, the deeper. That's pathetic. It's pathetic. Alright, Alright, so. I have a fishing thing. Where could I go? The only thing I don't like about this map is it's irritating to navigate. Like, I want to go to the top floor. So how do I go to the top floor? I think I can do that. Yeah, by doing this. So I have to hit map, which is X. Then I have to hit start, which zooms out. Then I can start navigating. And yeah, this, by the way, is why I gave it controls negative. Like obviously the map is only one of the things, but a lot of the interface stuff for the controls, that's not great. And that's the majority of the controls negative that I already gave. Okay, so... Okay, so I want to go, like, up. Here we go. Okay. Elevator control room, maybe? We never actually went back there. Let's try that. Let's try that. Look, Ross. Well, what I could do, Scion, if you remind me, because I'm going to forget, because I have 1,000 things on my mind, but if you remind me, what we could do is that Amnesia, which is actually on the list, because, again, historical significance, and it got grandfathered in, is that no, this is the right way, this is the right way, could, at the end of Amnesia, like, pull up a YouTube, or whatever, of the final monologues of pigs. Or something similar. Okay, so now that Pyramid Head here isn't punishing me. Ah, the locks! Ah, all this way for nothing. Okay, maybe there's something else up here. Let's see. Dear Diary. Rain. Stared out the window all day. Peaceful here, nothing to do. Still not allowed to go outside. Still raining. Talked with the doctor a little. Would they have saved me if I didn't have a family to feed? I know I'm pathetic. Weak. Not everyone can be strong.
Rain again. The meds made me feel sick today. If I'm only better when I'm drugged, then who am I anyway? Rain as usual. I didn't want... Do we live in Seattle? I didn't want to cause any more trouble for anyone, but I'm a bother either way. Can it really be such a sin to run instead of fight? Some people may say so, but they don't have to live in my shoes. It may be selfish, but it's what I want. It's too hard like this. It's just too hard.
It's clear outside. The doctors told me I've been released, that I can go home. That's a good question, Blade Javal, and honestly, I see that more often than not. I'll give you a really obvious example. Assassin's Creed 1. Anybody who's ever played the Assassin's Creed franchise know that Assassin's Creed didn't really get started until Assassin's Creed 2. And the fundamental gameplay of Assassin's Creed 1 and Assassin's Creed 2 are completely different. Assassin's Creed 1 is the outlier. But that's not the question you asked. You asked, when does it become the outlier exactly? And that's actually an interesting question. I suppose it kind of depends. Like, it's kind of a granular thing, isn't it? In Assassin's Creed case, specifically, I would say right about the time Brotherhood of Revelation came out, it's like, okay, yeah, they're never going back to that. And indeed, they basically never did. Mega Man, arguably, is another qualifier. Obviously, Mega Man 1 has some superficial similarities to later Mega Man games, but for the most part, Mega Man 1 really is its own animal. Same thing with Mario 1, same thing with Kirby 1. How many of you remember that there weren't even the borrowed powers things in Kirby 1? The very first Kirby game. I would actually say, go so far as to say that it's more common than not that the first entry is one that just doesn't fit like that. Early installment weirdness, or whatever they call that. Okay. Yeah, Dragon Age is actually another good example. Although, Dragon Age is a weird one, because Dragon Age Origins and 2 and Inquisition all have different gameplay to each other. I assume 4 does as well. Alright, I'm just going to check the walkthrough. Where am I going? Where am I going? Okay, so blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, roof key. Yep, yep. Uh-huh. Yep, there's the box. And the 7,000 things to get to it. Uh-huh. Yep, yep, yep. Yep, yep, yep. Okay, okay. I know where I'm going. Behold! Okay, so. Why do I think Mary married James? It was in the name, Mr. Red. Duh. God, dude. Okay, so... Don't do it, Scion. Don't listen to Yura. I mean, real talk, James doesn't seem like he has any positive traits, but we're also kind of seeing him at his worst. Then again, and this is getting into philosophy a little bit, but there's an old saying, you know who you really are when you're at your worst. Alright, so. Yeah, his last 3 years have not been great. Yeah, I prefer a slight variant on that line, which is actually my own personal quote. So you can quote me on this. You know who your friends really are when you're at your worst. All I'll say about his relationship with his wife, though, is like so many other things with this game, I think it's interpretive on purpose. In other words, whatever answer you give to that is valid. I am curious what ending we will get. I'm aware there's several, and I'm aware that there's stuff you do to change them. And I don't know what that stuff is, so I'm not aiming for a specific ending here. We're probably not getting the joke one, because I imagine there's some specific requirements for that. And also, I'm almost positive it requires New Game Plus. I'm pretty sure we're not getting the other joke one for pretty much the exact same reason. I would rather you not, Triaxi. I really do want to just get whatever ending we get, and then we'll see. Although, I suppose, from what I understand, and I'm not even 100% on this, it's possible there's a fourth ending, or I guess technically a sixth ending, in this exact version of the game we're playing. I don't know much about that at all. The people I know who speedrun this game don't speedrun the version of the game that even has that ending. Oh, I do, Ross. By memory. I am a loser. Oh my god, look at all that rust.
Laura?
Huh? You know my name?
Eddie told me.
That big fat blabbermouth.
How do you know about Mary?
What's the big deal?
Why can't you just tell me?
You gonna yell at me if I don't?
No, I won't.
I was friends with Mary. We met at the hospital. It was last year.
You liar! Laura,
Fine, don't believe me.
But last year, Mary was already... I'm sorry, Laura. Anyway, let's go. We can talk about this later. This is no place for a kid.
Yeah.
There are all sorts of strange things around here. I can't believe you haven't even gotten a scratch on you.
Why should I? Wait! There's something I gotta get.
Later, okay?
But it's really important.
What is it?
A letter from Mary.
Huh?
I wanna go get it. Is that okay?
Yes, yes.
Come on, hurry up.
Is it in there?
Yeah, in the back.
And she locks us in.
What are you doing, Laura?
It's for Further back, in the desk.
That's funny, Mr. Ed. I didn't know that.
Laura! What are you doing?
Laura Shock. Or should I say Laura Shock?
Ha ha, I tricked you.
Open the door, Laura.
What,
Well, that just happened.
right? Want me to open it? Huh? Huh? Do ya? What's the magic word?
Laura?
Okay, I guess I won't open it. I think I'll just leave you like this.
You snotty little brat! Open up!
Why, you
Laura?
hurt me.
Okay. That's cool. Oh, yeah, we're dead. Maybe. What's crouching, Bladeball? I've never heard of that. Or I am James Sunderland. You know, Half-Life predates this game, doesn't it? Ah, no! No reason. Game. Here's the really bad part. I have no idea when I saved last. So, hang on. That's at that. That's before we lost her. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Well, anyways. So, well, I get caught back up here. Because I just lost a lot of time there. Just scooch this off to the side. But this says 16 minutes? That can't be right. Hang on. Oh, hey, it's Oblivion music, in case you didn't know what they were going for here. Okay, now it's 4 minutes. Okay, there we go. Oh, hey, it's chat. Let's see what the AI chat-generated summary says. Viewers are excited about the upcoming release of the new Elder Scrolls game and are speculating about its features. They're also discussing Skyrim and Fallout. Yeah, sure, whatever. There you go. Boom. And I know Linnerith would kill me if I didn't do this. Alright. God. Okay, so it was... Okay, so... What's the Act 3434? That's right, isn't it? Was it 4343? It was 4343, wasn't it? Okay. No? Why isn't it working? So, okay. Here's the real question. What is the single thing? Like, let's try and think of this like from a single change game perspective, okay? What is the worst thing you could think of they could do to screw this up? One change. Has to be one change. Starfield map. Oof. Ouch. No mod support. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Don't worry about it, Verlick Doom. Don't worry about it. Heal. Just gonna start saving all willy-nilly, because I don't feel like losing progress like that again. Three, 4, 3, 4. They'd better not. First of all, Patrick Stewart is still actually, you know, acting, available. A little older, but, you know. I mean, they've already done that, Savion. I don't know if you've seen those pictures. Okay, so I'm gonna go this way. He probably does cost more, yeah. That's fair. I'm sorry. Did you not know that Patrick Stewart is in Oblivion, Linearth? I'm not saying that as like a thing. Like it's somewhat well known that he was in Oblivion. Oh, you've never played Oblivion. Okay, that explains it. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah, he plays the Emperor, the main character of Elder Scrolls 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 until Oblivion, arguably. Okay, so 3434. I mean, Stewart's gone on record more than once as saying that he's gonna act until the day he dies. It's just his shtick. Oh, oh, oh. Exclusive. Turn it down a little bit. There we go.
The others.
Okay, I can't hear that. It's too quiet. If this is just like some 30-second teaser, I'm gonna be mad.
This ends here.
You hold our future in your hands.
Well, that's Patrick Stewart.
Take with you my blessings and the hope of the Empire. Find him and close shut the jaws of oblivion.
Okay. Tell me that's not it.
Here we are 20 years later.
Tell me that's not it.
When you think about the Elder Scrolls, to us it goes beyond game franchise.
Yeah, it's the DNA of Bethesda Game Studios.
Obviously, we're working on the 6th chapter here.
That's why we keep
Great
neglecting it.
about the Elder
For
Scrolls.
Starfield!
Look back at all of the chapters, Skyrim, Oblivion, Morrowind, Daggerfall, Arena, and each of them try to define role-playing games and open-world games for their generation.
Fans got so connected with the worlds we've made and these stories we're telling, and it's really amazing.
Oblivion was a real defining moment in the series and for how we make games as a studio.
I mean, in fairness, I'm
I think when it
backtracking at
comes
this point.
to A
So
remaster.
it's not like you're missing anything.
We want people to feel the way they did then, but it's still a game of its time. You want to keep those bones in place. You want some of that old charm.
Blah, blah, blah. You haven't said anything yet.
With this tremendous visual update is absolutely amazing. It's the world I
So,
remember.
visual update, so that's remaster territory. At least they're labeling it properly.
For the Elder Scrolls world, and also this evolution of our games, I think is really, really important for people to take a look back at.
Looking back,
and seeing everything we've accomplished in the past 20 years and working with these people, like, it's really special.
Yeah, there are still quite a few people that I've worked with for that long, and it sort of gave me the warm fuzzies.
Oh my God, it's been 20 years? I think the thing that gets me the most is the music. Like, when you hear that music...
Jeremy Sewell is a great composer, so I'll buy you on that.
There's this, like, flood of...
Yeah, there's this approach, there's this style to doing a trailer where all you do is constantly talk about how awesome you are.
As an individual, as a game developer, it all starts with
this.
I don't even think it took me till release to realize how big this was.
People loved it. Like, they loved it.
Yes, I know. Oblivion was your... I've said this before. Oblivion was the luck game.
Our history of making games.
Morrowind was not that good. Daggerfall was not that good. Skyrim was not that good. You got lucky.
We had that really special moment of coming out into the world for the first time, what that meant to this game.
Every time we think about Oblivion, it's, what if we could give that moment to everybody again?
I was born 87 years ago. For 65 years, I've ruled as Tamriel's emperor.
Okay, here we go. This is it. It's gonna be so much worse. I'm ready. I'm ready.
I have seen the gates of Oblivion, beyond which no wake...
Oh my God, it's Ian McKellen! Oh my God, they remember that color exists.
Whether you're reliving these moments or experiencing them...
That didn't look terrible, I'll give you that.
Remastered immediately looks and feels incredible. When we decided to remaster Oblivion, we were really picky about finding the right partner.
I'm not a big fan
From
of the blood splatter.
Project, we had one rule. We weren't going to do this if we weren't going to be able to do it right. Our partners at Virtuous went above and beyond to bring our vision to life. The care and love they've poured into the Oblivion remaster has been absolutely breathtaking.
Welcome to Paris, and welcome to Virtuous. Our team here has been hard at work delivering the best remastered Oblivion experience possible. We've worked with Bethesda Game Studios on other projects in the past, so we know what makes that team and their games special.
I'd say it looks better than Skyrim, but I don't like how Skyrim looks, so I'm a little biased there.
Gamers with modern hardware. This is Oblivion in its most complete form.
I don't like how they use lighting. It's a very modern approach to lighting, and I don't care for it at all. It's very modern Unreal, if you're familiar with that.
Got here.
Huzzah! And I really need to get rid of that frickin' haze. Like, that fog is awful. Sorry, I know that's funny considering we're playing Silent Hill 2, but that fog is awful. Look at that, even indoors, that frickin' fog is
You
there.
embark on an epic journey to stop the Mythic Dawn cult.
The time of cleansing draws nigh.
From unleashing the Daedric Prince of Destruction.
What was the Oblivion Crisis? What happened to the previous Emperor of Cyrodiil? Why are there only 8 divines instead of 9? In addition to the core game, the remaster contains all add-ons, including story expansions, Shivering Isles, and Knights of the Nine, so you get the full experience.
Of course it does. Those have been default for years.
It was really important to me to ensure that we're preserving the magic of the original experience. At the end of the day, we're all fans too.
This is a dream project for me, right? I'm a fan. I have been always a fan.
Well, I played Oblivion for perhaps 10,000 hours.
Oblivion was my first Elder Scrolls game, and it was one of the games that made me want to be a game developer.
The best way to describe it would be to call it a love letter.
Starfield was a love letter, I'm just saying.
You will find your own path, but there will be blood and death before the end.
I got a better question. Will there be mod support? I think the lip sync looks worse. We've actually talked about that before, because we were just covering Andromeda. When you
The technology we used to create the original was cutting edge at the time, but tools have come a long way since
Oh, that looks awful. When you try to have more modern, more realistic looking mouth flaps, the requirements are higher. It's harder to actually pull off. When you have something that's older and cruder, you can actually get away with more.
And Unreal 5 as the body. The brain drives all the world logic and gameplay, and the body brings to life the experience that players have loved for almost 20 years.
But it's not just about pure fidelity. We knew we had to preserve the distinct style.
Oh my god, the fog!
Uniquely Oblivion as possible.
The brush opens a portal into the painting. You're stuck here like I
Like,
am.
look at how easy everything is.
Wonderful place.
Please tell me that's a toggle.
Or eternity.
We've leveraged nearly every major feature from the latest version of Unreal 5.
That explains the lighting. That looks very Unreal.
Latest technologies. We created brand new, highly detailed character models.
Oh my god!
That use millions of polygons in each asset, allowing us a truly impressive level of detail in the world. Every single asset in this game was completely redesigned and handcrafted from scratch. We implemented an advanced real-time lighting system that
Yeah, you saw the Khajiit, right?
interacts with the environment. This results in more realistic lighting and atmospheric effects. While the original game had limited dynamic shadows, now the entire world reacts naturally to light.
Now it's harder to see what you're doing.
Technology that really enhanced performance in our characters.
He left us a warning. Heed it!
And real tools helped us create the base mesh of our characters. From there, our artists sculpt each race individually to adapt it to the mesh, allowing us to share the model, rig, and textures. As a result, all races, including Argonians, Orcs, and Khajiits, are built on the same base mesh, making the lip sync system more effective even when the characters have
Oh god, those mouth flaps.
We have access to so many modern rendering features. You'll see them in something as simple as running through a forest.
And being blind.
Fish swimming in the water, light filtering through the leaves. Thanks to these technological advances, you feel even more immersed.
Ah, god, the freaking sun! They keep showing the sun!
I believe you can handle a more complicated assignment. I would like you to retrieve a carved panel from the central chamber of the High Fane.
What about the one thing we all really care about? The physics! I want to see that bucket!
It's not just visuals that we've modernized in the remaster. It's gameplay.
Okay, so what'd you do?
It's UI and UX. It's audio. We've updated features and systems across the board.
We've changed the approach to leveling, which I think will make a lot of people happy. It's inspired by the leveling systems of both Oblivion and Skyrim, so it's the best of both worlds.
But Skyrim's leveling sucked.
We were able to fully recreate the character models, creating a physicality that feels more human. You see that in places like combat animations, where there's a lot more separation between the upper and lower body, and all the animations have more flourish.
I actually will admit I do kind of like the animations.
Combat
I'll give them
in the
that.
original Oblivion didn't have sound effects, visual effects, or hit reactions. Now you'll get blood splatters, sparks, and controller feedback. You know, it's a little thing, but little things add up to make the combat more modern and engaging.
I like how the Frost astronaut looked. He also, ragdolled.
Proper third-person perspective now. The original had third person, but there was no crosshair, and we felt the experience could be modernized. One of our goals was to have a third-person view that compared to Starfield in terms of playability. Now, the third-person perspective has all the same control you get from the first-person view.
You have my ear, citizen. When Oblivion first launched,
Greetings. How goes it? How are you?
disk storage limits meant we couldn't have unique voiceovers for all the races.
If you get rid of Wes Johnson, screw you.
Each race represented in the game now sounds unique.
Can't stand the sight of those creatures.
We also made sure to keep in all of the quirkier dialogue.
I really like the way they say hello. Sometimes it's so random, and then they just, hi there.
Hi there.
But it's like so nice and creepy at the same time.
Stop! You violated the law. Stop! You violated the law.
Okay, they kept Wes Johnson.
Stop right there, criminal scum.
Cheese for everyone.
Cheese for everyone! We are going to steal one of the Elder Scrolls from the Imperial Palace. You need to find the reading room. The blind priests will deliver a scroll to you there. Do not speak to the priests. They're blindfolded. I've chosen you because you are the best. Good luck.
And because you have 5 items with chameleon on them.
Stop. You violated the law. Your stolen goods are now forfeit. Then pay with your blood.
As games have developed over the past 20 years, players have come to expect a certain suite of tools and controls.
Like sprinting. Sprinting is an interesting one because there was such a big debate internally among our team.
Do not add a sprint. Do not ruin the game by lowering your movement speed.
And people are going to want to sprint. In fact, all of the character locomotion has been completely redone from scratch. And that has a huge impact from the very beginning of the game.
Every single updated or new feature was implemented with the player in mind.
Do you know why players sprint in video games? There's 2 reasons. This is real, okay? Real discussion. This is even relevant to the game we're playing, Silent Hill 2. There are 2 reasons players want to sprint. Reason number 1, your movement is too slow and they're in a hurry. They want to get on with it. Reason number 2, combat. Now, the combat stuff is a little bit different. It's functionally its own separate system. It's one of the reasons why I don't mind stamina being something that costs to sprint while in combat, because at that point, it's a form of evasion, right? It's a resource you spend to not get hit. Fine, sure, whatever. But the first thing, do you know what Oblivion did in order to try and make it so that you didn't need a sprint button? Because you didn't need a sprint button in Oblivion, because you had a run speed that went up as you ran around. And relatively quickly, it got to the point where your move speed was perfectly acceptable for just getting around. You didn't need a sprint because you were already moving the right speed. If you're adding a sprint, there's only 2 possibilities. Either they are lowering your movement speed in order to make it so that you now have a sprint to accommodate the loss that you didn't have, or 2, they're just adding it on top of that. And I swear to God, if they add a stamina cost for that, I'm going to stop this train right now, turn this planet right around, and we're going back to the Cretaceous era.
It all comes down to what makes Oblivion, Oblivion. What are those features that just immediately come to mind for players when they think of the game?
The mini-games are the mini-games. Those are so iconic to Oblivion.
Great! How's it go again?
Like lockpicking. You can put a fresh coat of paint on it, but you can't change it too much because it's part of the core experience.
Whether you're returning to Cyrodiil or you're a newcomer,
I'm going to follow you and watch you and worship the ground.
For the love of God, change the lip flaps.
Instantly feel at home.
Negative for lip flaps.
We've modernized a lot, but it's still the same incredible adventure and the same carefully handcrafted world.
Well, it's about time. Do you know how long we've been waiting?
No.
Oblivion is a
Mr.
core
Red.
part of the story of Bethesda Game Studios. None of what we're surrounded by right now would be here if we hadn't.
Starfield! Did you see the giant poster?
If it hadn't been the success that it was. The effort that we put into it, the sort of the love that went into it, I think that comes across on the screen.
To have worked on something that people care enough where you're in a position where you can remaster it, it's a privilege.
And now, to help introduce this game to a new generation of players, I feel so lucky.
I really think that people, when they jump back into the remaster, they're going to be shocked at just how good the game looks. Oblivion Gates.
I will take that bet, sir.
And I think they're just going to find themselves lost in the world.
Even if it's just the music, for example, just walking around for half an hour in the world, you feel something. And that's precious.
You're going back to a world that you've been to before, but it's better somehow. Like, it's an intangible thing, but it's like...
Intangible.
It's new.
No, it's my job to enumerate those things.
But it's ultimately the same game. There was a lot of respect for what was before, and I think the fans will appreciate that.
From all of us at Bethesda Game Studios
and Virtuous,
we want to thank you for joining us today. Oblivion has a very special place in my heart, and being able to work on this remaster and bring it to a new generation of players has been an incredible experience. We were too excited to get it in your hands and didn't want to just show it off to you and then make you have to wait.
And yeah, we all know it's going to be shadow dropped.
My job is that I get to be the one to announce that the Oblivion remaster will be available today.
I was born 87 years ago.
And it is $50 for those of you who haven't already heard that in chat.
But for all these years, I've never been the ruler of my own dreams.
It has a deluxe edition. What's the deluxe edition come from?
The last seed. The year of Akatosh 433.
Deluxe edition comes with horse armor.
These are the closing days of the Third Era. And the final hours of my life. I have seen the gates of oblivion, beyond which no waking eye may see.
So the deluxe...
Only the beginning. Worse is yet to come. Looks clear.
I like how extremely generic this trailer is right here.
The time of cleansing draws nigh.
So the deluxe edition comes with Akatosh and Mehrunes Dagon armor, weapons, and horse armor. That's what it comes with. Not a joke. That's what the deluxe edition comes with. There's no pictures for any of those, by the way, so I don't even know what they look like.
You must find your own path.
Remember the Emperor!
Sorry, I meant real content, Mr. Red. But you are correct. It also comes with some kind of art book and a soundtrack.
Find him. And close shut the jaws of oblivion.
Oh, there it is. Right. Oh, God, I was there for like a second. Okay, there you go. Over here. Can you see? Yeah, you can see the mouse. So, yeah, there's our horse armor, there's our weapons, and there's our armor for the deluxe. Yes, Lunar Ruth. I can tell you that right now, just from listening to it. Okay. That was a thing. Soon? 0. Nobody's gonna fund a run that's as long as Oblivion. Well, I mean, the Oblivion room, like, obviously, Mr. Ray. Mr. Ray. Come on, dude. A remaster, excuse me. I really should say remaster. Yeah, we'll see. I'm not going to say no. Because it doesn't look like it's using Starfield's engine, so that's nice. Ugh. No, it's a remaster. They at least label it a remaster. I'll give them that. Entirely too often, Gaming companies have no idea what the difference is between a remaster and a remake. Or port. It's time to die! Yeah, but that's Oblivion and Skyrim. I don't want that. What is the range on this shotgun? I believe it varies, WoW TNT. The third one? Game. Ceiling, and the sirens.
James.
What? What? You lost me, game. I thought I'd been keeping track. I was wrong. You lost me. Yeah, this is what Oblivion looks like. Check it out. Okay, where the hell are we? The garden. Get it? It's a walled garden. All right. I think I got carried here, technically. And now to bow. Wait, you mean no friend Bo? Of course. Absolutely, Evo. You got it. No friend Bo ever again, I promise. Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, Dragon Age 4, Little Kitty, Big City. Thank you, as always, Evo. Well, that's actually funny you say that, Trihexia, because what do you want to bet Bethesda? So Trihexia says, how much goodwill and trust do you think the Oblivion Remaster will get if it turns out to be good? That's funny, because Bethesda didn't make it. It's true, though. Bethesda will get the points for the remaster, regardless of who made it. That's how that works. Alright, so save. Now that we're past that. Real save. A French company I've already forgotten the name of. Oh, they only assisted with the art side in a remaster where the primary thing they changed was the art. Give me a break. Okay, so... Where the hell are we? Yeah, this doesn't look like where I've been. At all. That's true, they added sprinting! Got a point. Thank you for the sub, Sign of the Emperor. As always. How can you tell? How can you tell? I suppose you know the question, Scion. Whatever. Oh no, we're going to be playing this for 7 years, Judo Joker. This is a billion-year game. Actually, can I just do a very, very minor complaint really quick? Destroy all humans. Destroy all humans too. Metal Gear Solid 3R. Is that out? I hadn't even heard about a Metal Gear Solid 3 remake or remaster or whatever. What? Okay. So it's not out. Okay, this place is gross already. Like, I know that's just, you know, supposed to be cloth, but that looks a lot like flesh. So I actually like shadow drops. In fact, I actually prefer shadow drops. There's several economic reasons why I prefer it, and there's several personal reasons why I prefer it. But it boils down to the idea that one way or another, if you shadow drop a game, you are demonstrating through action how much confidence you have in it, thanks to how you're marketing it. If there's one thing you could do to screw up a shadow drop, it's to drag it out too much and hype it up too much. Which is exactly what they did. Like, the dude would not, how do I explain this? Let me show you two different ways to do this. So first we'll do shadow dropping how they did it. Everyone, we're gonna do a Silent Hill 2 stream, and we're gonna do it today. Don't do that. Don't do what I just did. That completely deflates any actual impact of the setting. You know how you do a shadow drop? Hey guys, we're doing a Silent Hill 2 stream today. That's it. Let it speak for itself. Don't try to hype it up. Don't try to overemphasize it. Don't try to toot your own horn because of how great you are. Just drop it, and I can't leave. Let me out, please. I hate to go to the default on this, but Nintendo has done this several times in basically the exact manner that I just described. Hey, here's this game, and it's coming out today. What? Yeah, exactly, Blades of All. Here's this game. Oh, by the way, you can have it today. Like, let the drop speak for itself. Don't hype it up. Don't try to be artificial about it. Then again, this is Bethesda. You can do this kind of thing correctly if it jumped in their face and smacked them with a, you know, whatever that thing was. Right, you asked about enemy variety. I'm not sure the enemy variety is particularly good, but the enemy design is interesting. I don't know. We've only really found, what, like 3 different types of enemies? Hang on. So we've got the straitjacket enemy. We've got the sexy nurses. We've got the mannequin thing. And we've got the things that hang from the ceiling. Is this a long game? I sure hope not, but we'll find out, won't we? I keep having to use the walkthrough. Oh yeah, and the bugs. I actually forgot about the bugs. And locked doors, the greatest enemy of all. Okay. If it makes you feel any better, Evo, these graphics are actually worse than this. I know what you're thinking. What? Well, we have a cheat code on right now, that not only got rid of the film grain, but pushed us up to 60 FPS. Hang on. Looks like I actually can't turn the code back off. Well, you know what? I'm okay with that. Just watch the VOD. I mean, if you really want, I could turn off the patch. But not right now, because right now I gotta shoot people. Oh god, run! 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 So far, there hasn't been a lot of gross, believe it or not. Now, I've never played this game, but I don't know of any gross in this game, so who knows? I mean, there was a guy having a discussion while vomiting. That was kind of cool. And eating ice cream with his bare hands. Not in this version of the game, though. I know, James can't open a refrigerator door. I'm not even surprised. Oh, get out of the way, get out of the way. Jesus. I mean, this would be about the era, Dakota. material pile. Alright, let's see. Yeah, that's normal. Well, we got a battery. I was locked up inside the basement's basement. It was so small and dark and I was so afraid. I dropped my precious ring, but I'll never ever go back there. Okay. What? Did I kill all of you? Go away. Go away. Now what? Hey, behind you. Alright, what do we got here? So there's the fridge door. Listen, Federation Builder, I got like 80 bullets. I might as well use them, right? It's a plan of action. Okay, so hang on. Let's try one other thing, then we'll try another floor. You have unlocked gun! You feel like a real man. You're not, because you're James Sunderland, but you feel like one. Oh. But, what? Oh, whatever, I don't care. Moving on. That's a good point, Savicom. He doesn't have his ferry yet. Oh my god, will you stop spawning? It is difficult to do what I do, Spartan. Not to toot my own horn. It's a lot of work, and no one agrees with you. A thankless, tireless, pointless job. That when you die, no one will ever care about the fact that you ever existed. Or you can go with the rule of sevens. That's another way to do it. Woman. The hand part of the painting is actually 3D and sticks out. Yeah, that's gross. What just happened? Okay. That's okay. Yeah, so did you know that if you hit start, that counts as accept while you're in the start menu? Yeah, that's the controls negative. Right there. Naturally, when I hit menu, the first thing I think of is use items in the menu with the menu button, not exit back out of the menu. Like every other sensible game that came out 7 years before this. How big is Oblivion, anyways? I'm actually curious. Like what, 4 gigs maybe? It's an ampoule. Restores energy by relieving pain. I guess that's another heal. No. Oblivion. How big is Oblivion? Not Oblivion R. Yes, actually, Plutonia. The escape problem doesn't really apply on console games, because console games don't have the escape button. But I find it aggravating in PC games when the escape button doesn't work to back out, since it's almost universally supposed to be tunnel up. 4.6. There you go. She's an angel. No one knows She is an angel. No one knows. Only I can see the lady at the door. They cannot walk along her bridge of thread. They fall from the weight of their crimes. Like bloated and ugly corpses, their sins, she devours them. Sin and sinner alike, she saves me. She is an angel. Okay. Creepy, weird stuff. Got it. What else you got? God, this place is such a dump. I can't even loot the bodies of the fallen. Ugh. Yeah, 4.5 gigs. That's about what I was expecting out of that. Empty medicine bottles. This is what Maria was taking? Is Maria sick now too? Oh no. Maria's not here. In the hospital I'm totally not in right now. No kidding, Plutonia. Because, like, I get that higher textures do take up hard drive space. I do understand how that works. But, like, 120 gigs. That is insane. What do you want to bet it's all textures? What do you want to bet? In fact, it's probably all completely uncompressed textures. This is a bit of a mixed bag, Ross. Ultimately, it was a little bit of a nothing burger, but that's because I pay attention to news, so they didn't really tell me anything I didn't already know. That's my fault. I'm not going to ding the trailer for that. It was one of those boring, typical trailers. I need to come up with a term for that, because nobody else comes up with terms for anything. It's the type of trailer, you've seen it before. It's where people talk about how awesome we are. There's these things we've done, and they're great. And then they do these other things, and those are great too. We've spent years making great things. Isn't it great how great we are? I can't believe the wonderful impact we've had on gaming, on the industry, on redefining role-playing games for an entire generation. I'm barely exaggerating. In fact, I don't think I actually changed any of the words that they said in that stupid trailer. I hate those type of trailers. We're so great. Fluff piece. I like that. Crude, but it fits. So yeah, it was a fluff piece, and then they actually started showing off the game a bit, and it's like, yep, remastered graphics, and a few gameplay changes. And they showed off the UX for like, oh, I don't know, 3 seconds? No, I'm good, thanks. Yeah, I don't want to deal with whatever's making that noise. I know, Lunareth. Yes, I did, Colgrim. I apologize, but I know this is going to sound strange. I don't enjoy having a headache. I know some people prefer to be a headache. I know that some people equate pain with pleasure. Those people are wrong. Headaches are bad. Okay, so we need to try the special treatment room and the dare. Let's try the special treatment room first. Yeah, all I did was disable the grain. That's it. That's true, Blade Jabal. I am a moron. Ah, I envy you off the deeper end. Occasionally I can change my own headaches, like as in get rid of them. But it's kind of a dice roll, honestly. Sometimes they just sit there. Sometimes they're full-on migraines. Oh, thank God, a new first aid kit. Let's try not to use this one at full health this time. Alright, cool. Yeah, migraines... So, when I was younger, I would brag about how high my pain tolerance is. Now that I'm older, because it is true, I have a ludicrously high pain tolerance. To the point where there might actually be something wrong with my nerves. Now that I'm older, that's not a bragging point anymore, because I just kind of put up with a lot of pain. I probably shouldn't. Like, I've gotten better about it, but, like, man. What floor am I on? By the way, congrats, Salvacom. Okay, we're on floor 3, so let's try floor 2. Yeah, exactly, Culver. Yeah, the tooth thing. I'm not going to repeat the tooth thing. I don't want to freak anybody out, but the fact that I was able to do that is a good indicator of the kind of pain tolerance I have. I had to go cry afterwards in my car, but I still did it. Okay, so... Authorial intent has nothing to do with how good something is, Czar. At all. And I can explain that extremely easily. Check this out. Hang on. This is a dumb way to make this point, but whatever. We're just going to do that really quick. Okay, so I'm going to draw something that's intended to make you feel happy. Ta-da! What do you mean it's a terrible picture? Drawn in like 5 seconds with a freaking mouse. It doesn't matter that it's an actual terrible picture because my authorial intent is to make you feel happy. I know I'm kind of doing a jokey way of explaining this, but do you get my point? What I intend has absolutely nothing to do with what you get out of it. And it has nothing to do with even the finished product. If I sit down and I intend to write a masterpiece book, the book that comes out of my fingers may or may not be a masterpiece. Right? It depends on the book. It depends on what I actually managed to actually pull out. There you go. A little bit of yellow. And then only a little bit of yellow up here. Because that's where the sun's reflecting off of it, see? And that's why you only have a couple squiggles here and nothing. Maybe a little squiggle over there, something like that. Yeah, exactly, Belly Falta. Did they really just his mask? That's funny. So, Death of the Author is actually a fascinating conversation. So, there's actually 2 ways in which Death of the Author applies. And a lot of people tend to forget that. And both ways are pretty different, too. The first way is with regards to how much what they intended matters, what we were just talking about, authorial intent. In other words, is someone was sitting there and thinking, I want to make some big, amazing romance piece, and they end up making, I don't know, Twilight, then yeah, that's authorial intent. The fact that they intended it has nothing to do with anything. The second thing, though, is a little bit more interesting to me. Because the second thing is more applicable on a day-to-day basis for most people, and that is, how much do we care about the people who make the things we like? In other words, you know, do we separate the author who we like or dislike from the work in question? In my experience, most people do not actually do exactly that. It is depressingly common for people to look at a particular given work and automatically associate the worker with that, either to diminish the work or to diminish the person. Yeah, actually, Mel Gibson, who is not a great human being, is a good example of that. The traditional example of this is Lovecraft. Neil Gaiman is a very recent modern example of someone who people have been running into this. Yeah, Harry Potter and J.K. Rowling, etc., etc. Like, there's a lot of examples of situations where this type of authorial, we need to distance the creator from the created, is kind of a human thing that you just need to sort of decide where you sit on that. And that's the thing. If I can give my own opinion on that really quick, my opinion on it is that whatever you decide is completely up to you. I'm not here to judge you for something, right? I don't think I even have the right to judge you if you decide to or to not decide to bash a specific author or create a work because of the work or created or author. Like, if you enjoy 2001: A Space Odyssey, I'm not going to blame you for that. And if you have decided to veto or ban or boycott 2001: Space Odyssey, I'm not going to judge you for that one either. It's up to you. It's up to you. And that's my take on that in one very simple sentence. Yeah, if you enjoyed Starfield, stabs a coming! But for the rest of it, we're good. Alright, so, the walkthrough. Because I don't know where I'm going. Okay. That has nothing to do with anything at that point off the deep end. I mean, Keanu Reeves is a good guy, but I wouldn't call him a particularly good actor, you know what I mean? M4. Can I just... There we go. Ah! Okay, there we go. So floor 2. Floor 2 is what I need. Which is this way, I think. Oh, God. I actually don't know much about Chris Pratt off camera. He is a pretty bad actor, I would go so far as to say. Like, if I was to think of plain white toast with no flavor or design to it, that's Chris Pratt as an actor. There's nothing offensive about his acting. But he's kind of not an actor, you know? I mean, there's a reason why his actual big shot in the arm before the MCU came along was, oh God, Parks and Recreation. I actually agree that Star-Lord is probably the closest we've ever had to him, but Chris Pratt is one of those people who, yeah, exactly, Dame Silas. He doesn't actually act, he's just himself. What you see is pretty close to just Chris Pratt, the person. I've heard that Keanu Reeves was really good in the Sonic 3 movie. Okay, so there's a key I missed in this room somewhere. I mean, of all people to play the Edgelord himself, Keanu Reeves actually does a pretty good job of that. I can picture that, you know. Which is funny, because Keanu Reeves himself is like the opposite of an edgelord, but he has that particular kind of wavelength of the way he talks that just kind of lends itself towards the edge. Okay, for real, where's this stupid... Where's this stupid key? Oh, sorry. I actually need M6, my bad. Is this M6? Nope, M6 is the other way, of course. Listen, could you go away, please? So what's the rule on respawning enemies, out of curiosity? Like, will I just slowly drain resources the longer I'm lost here? There we go, got the key. Okay. My favorite Ed Norton film? Oh, jeez. No, I saw the Khajiit Grand 7. Something I actually like Ed Norton in. I'm gonna just veto, or not veto, I'm gonna bail on that. I give up. You win. I cannot think of an Ed Norton movie I particularly enjoy. Okay, so I've got the basement key. I mean, Fight Club is an interesting film. I think that's a good word for it. But no, I can't stand that film. Okay, so stairs, I guess, maybe? How do I get there? It's hard to pick a favorite of things I don't enjoy. Okay, hang on. I'm going to punch you in your foot, in your chest, and in your face. All right, which of those punches did you enjoy the most? Which was your favorite punch? I'd say my least favorite Ed Norton film, Birdman. What's funny is I'm pretty sure that was just Ed Norton playing Ed Norton in that film. All right. In one scene, okay, so they're filming a film in Birdman, right? And there's one scene where he insists he should, in a fake sex scene, he should actually have sex with the woman in question. And she obviously does not want to do that. It is exactly as gross and unpleasant as it sounds, because that's the goal. That's what they're going for. And that just sounds like Ed Norton to me, you know? I do not know how to get down there. All right, hang on. Okay. I don't think anybody actually likes, Ed Norton. They might like his acting, but I don't think anybody likes the person. He's not a very good person. Like, there's worse than him, especially in Hollywood, but... yeah. So how do I... Yeah, Keanu Reeves is like the total, complete opposite of Ed Norton. Not a particularly good actor. He can do a couple of things well. Really cool guy. I don't actually know much about Steven Spielberg in a real-life sense. I do say he is one of, if not the best, film directors ever. I don't actually know much about Steven Spielberg in a real-life sense. I do say he is one of, if not the best film directors ever. I do say he is one of, if not the best film directors ever. I do say he is one of, if not the best film directors ever. I do say he is one of, if not the best film directors ever. I do say he is one of, if not the best film directors ever. I do say he is one of, if not the best film directors ever. I do say he is one of, if not the best film directors ever. I do say he is one of, if not the best film directors ever. I do say he is one of, if not the best film directors ever. I do say he is one of, if not the best film directors ever. I do say he is one of, if not the best film directors ever. I do say he is one of, if not the best film directors ever. I do say he is one of, if not the best film directors ever. I do say he is one of, if not the best film directors ever. I do say he is one of, if not the best film directors ever. I do say he is one of, if not the best film directors ever. I do say he is one of, if not the best film directors ever but I don't know much about him as a person. Yeah, but not like to the extent that Hayden Christensen is, Mr. Red. Hayden Christensen is such a fascinating example. He's not a bad actor, but he is so much more of a gameplay actor than a story actor. Hayden Christensen is responsible for a surprisingly large amount of the really good choreography of Star Wars, in both the prequels and also some of the more recent stuff where he's come back. You ever want to know how good he is at that kind of stuff? Watch the duel between him and Ahsoka in the recent Ahsoka show. Let me give you a little pro tip for anybody. If you want to tell if someone's actually legitimately good at something like martial arts wise or sword fighting wise or whatever, watch their feet. You can really tell how good someone is by watching their feet movement. And I can't remember her name. The actress playing Ahsoka is just like stumbling and terrible, and honestly is doing a terrible job. Christensen himself is actually doing some crazy good footwork, like an actual professional would, like Anakin would. Actually, yeah. Clone Wars Season 7. Watch Darth Maul's footwork, and you will see someone who is damn good at what he's doing. Okay, so it looks like I want to go this way. Well, also, lack of direction, Xavier. Oh, absolutely, Zar. I feel like I just said that. Zar's not listening to me. Confirmed. I don't blame you, Zar. I wouldn't listen to me either. Gonna soak in the ambiance. Yeah, like, as with most things that can be broken down to one sentence, that doesn't apply in 100% of cases, but generally speaking, you want to know someone who's good at something, you watch their feet. Boxing is another excellent example of that. You ever want to know the really, really, really good boxers? Watch their feet. Actually, yeah, Colgrim, that's valid. Football, that is to say, European football, is another excellent example of that. So far, I've heard nothing but praise for...
Mary? Oh, Maria. It's you. I thought you were... Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life.
Then why did you...
You couldn't care less about me, could you?
No, I just...
Then stay with me. Don't ever leave me alone. You're supposed to take care of me. So, what about Laura? Did you find her?
Yeah, but she ran away.
We've got to find her.
You really seem to care about her. Do you know her?
I've never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone. And for some reason, I feel like it's up to me to protect her.
You just back away here. Back away. I don't know what else this guy has done. As far as the actor. Ugh. Shooting her. Okay. Okay, I gotta save. Save. Alright, lady, don't worry. I'll protect you. Happy ending! Well, we beat the final boss! Yeah, I saved right before I did that. just instantly. Right in the chest. Hang on, one more time. What's that sound effect that plays? Okay. Okay, we're good. No. Yeah, back off. Okay. No! Oh my god, the map! Okay, what am I doing? Did I seriously just come all the way down here just to get, like, did I get nothing from this? Ah, here we go. Yeah, beep, boop, she is fine. Nothing is wrong. Yeah, that delay is just like the map of this area. No, don't. Yeah, that delay just not. That delay is honestly a really good example of seconds and minutes. Like, I can't imagine that a JPEG takes that long to load on the PS2. But I could be wrong. It might literally be a hardware limitation. I found Maria. Congratulations, you got less than nothing. No. Okay, back to the walkthrough, because I got the ring, but I don't know what to do with it. Okay, ring. Ah. Okay, now what? Aha! Okay, back to the fridge. I have no idea what the ring has to do with the fridge. But back to the fridge. Which was floor 2. Yeah, 2 it looks like. See, that's what Mr. Red sounds like whenever I ask him to do a highlight reel. Are you seriously going to make me do this game? No, of course it won't. It won't make me go all the way back through the entire area just to get back to there, right? That would be crazy talk. Make another one, Mr. Red. That's the voice I use. Oh my god, it really is. I have to go all the way up and then go all the way back over here and take the elevator back down and then go back over here in order to get to this freaking day room. Jesus Christ. Thank you, Ho Girl, for the sub. Always appreciate. Give me 1 second and I'll write that down. Just call a taxi. Taxi! And then a taxi just comes right up in the middle of the hospital. Overlord 1. Yakuza like a dragon. And Princess Peach. Showtime. Oh man, I want a taxi ending now. Can we make that a thing?
answer correctly and receive the punishment. It all depends on you. And our lucky, or should I say unlucky challenger today is James. James Sunderland! Are you ready to play trick or treat? Okay, here's your first question. Merry-go-round, haunted house, roller coaster, Ferris wheel, and teacup. Silent Hill is home to a thrilling amusement park that both children and adults love. The question is, what is the name of this amusement park? 1. Fantasyland. 2. Silent Hill Amusement Park. 3. Lakeside Amusement Park. Okay, quickly on to question number 2. Silent Hill witnessed a gruesome murder a few years back. A brother and sister were playing in the road when they were attacked and chopped into pieces with an axe. Torn flesh, smashed bones, splattered blood, and finally... What a terrible tragedy. What a gruesome end to such innocent lives. What was the name of the murderer who committed this vile act? 1. Walter Sullivan. 2. Scott Fairbanks. 3. Eric Dale. Now for our third and final question. South of the lake is a deserted old neighborhood called South Vale. From there to Pale Vale, the central resort area northwest of the lake, there's only one road you can take. Just one road, no more. The third and final question is, what is the name of that road? 1. Bachman Road. 2. Rindell Street. 3. Nathan Avenue. Well, that's the last of our questions. Have you got it all figured out? When you know the answers, head to the storeroom on the 3rd floor to collect your prizes. But be careful if you're wrong. Well then, everybody, thanks for tuning in. See you again sometime. Bye-bye.
I was just dancing. And we're just gonna shrug it off. We're just gonna shrug it off completely. Oh my god. It's just, okay. Not even gonna comment on that. Just, yep, I can see James dancing to that. Yeah, even the succubus is like, dude, what? I didn't sign up for this. No way, this is home. No. I know exactly what she should have said. She should have looked at him and been like, well, that just happened. I'm pretty sure it's 312. I was actually paying attention. But I have a walkthrough, just in case. Okay. I'm right. It's 312. Yeah, I'll save. I got up there. Why'd you do it? Look, James really needs this, okay? He hasn't had a wife for 3 years. His libido is so bad an entire town is mocking him for it. Look at this. Look at how pathetic he is.
Yeah. Maria, give me a hand here.
Come on. You're supposed to be the big man around here. How's a little girl like me supposed to help?
You are so pathetic, James.
What's this? Not very cute, is it? Here, James. You take it.
Thanks.
Yeah. It's a lead ring. Oh no! The burden. It's such a burden. Okay, I was gonna give the joke to Bragwin, Evo. It's even on point. And I'm still gonna do that. Because your joke is terrifying. Alright, why'd you do it? No. We need you to sound like it's the most horrific thing you've ever heard of. Oh, okay. Why'd you do it? Okay. I want you to imagine for a moment that you've just witnessed something do one of the most horrifically awful things that you can imagine, okay? And you're gobsmacked, like you were cut to the core about this, okay? Okay, now, and line. Why'd you do it? Okay. Let's try this from the top. Thank you, Blue Dragon EXE. As always. And I'm on the roof, but I can't get to the roof. Apparently it's raining. Perfect. Oblivion R. Added to the list. Thank you, Blue Dragon EXE. I was actually wondering if anybody would pull that trigger. I wasn't going to. I was going to let you guys decide on that one. We shall see. Okay, hang on. So, Employees Wing Storeroom. I don't actually know, Judo Joker. Did you know you could check that? Because I keep track of that. Like, thank you, Leonard. Publicly available. Okay, so employee storeroom, which exists. It's got to be that one, right? Yeah, it's got to be that one. That makes sense. That makes sense. So where the hell am I? Okay. Out of the way, Maria. Those giant biceps can't stop me. Ugh, excuse me. Apparently not. Wow, it wasn't 312. That can't be right. Hang on. Hang on a minute. Oh, it's 313. I was wrong. Oh, well. Okay, now what? Because I still don't know what I'm doing. Oh yeah. Well, I hate sand in my hair, Federation Builder. Can art bloom on the battlefield, Star Wars? I guess I'm going this way. Either way, yes, of course. Except for torture. Art doesn't come from torture. That's just gross. Can't believe you'd even think about that, Star Wars. Ugh. Overshot, overshot. Out of the way. Out of the way. Out of the way. Out of the way. You know, every now and again, the game is inconsistent. Like, sometimes you interact with something and that uses a thing. And every now and again, you have to pull up your menu and do it manual-like. It's engraved with a bloated, disgusting face. Sure. Okay. All right. Okay. We did it. We accomplished entering a thing. I've never been so proud. Excuse me, Maria. Excuse me, Maria. I took the director's key, the one to the museum. I hid it behind the praying woman when I went out for the day trip. I picked it up, but I did not steal it. I'm not a criminal. I mean, I don't remember having issues controlling Pathologic 2, which is a game that has some very interesting gameplay decisions. And it was still pretty well done on the, you know, horror, ultra-death survival angle of things. Thank you for the sub, Jesse's Mask, as always. And as usual, if you know what you want about the drits. Ah! Yeah, I'm a little surprised no one's added Star Wars Zero Company yet. We can now officially say that someone added Oblivion R before Star Wars Zero Company. One moment, please. I need to actually check something. Oh, excuse me. I mean, Star Trek is currently going through its third death, so I think that counts, Colgrim. That's not even counting the previous times it died. Paramount, to summarize excessively. Of course. Maria. Here, Maria. Maria, stop getting killed by Pyramid Head, please. Sorry, Maria. I'm too weak. I'm too weak to open the door. Oh my god, he killed her. I'm actually surprised by that. Wow. Okay. She did. James killed the succubus. What do you know? Yeah, I was about to say, I happen to know that if she dies, it's a game over. So, like, that's always kind of cheap to me in any game, regardless. You know? You know what I'm talking about, right? Oh my gosh, we've got to get to this location alive. Oh, you died. Restart. Oh, you died. Restart. Okay, you got there, and you died, and you continue. It's like, oh, okay. Why did it matter that they died 10 feet further down the road? That's a pet peeve of mine. Yeah, you apparently have to not only shoot... So check this out. So the first thing you have to do in hard difficulty, hard combat, is flip around and unload an entire clip of the handgun into him. Do note that she can randomly get in the way of the shots, and as we've already showcased, she will go down in one hit. If she goes down, game over. Once you've unloaded a full clip, Pyramid Head will be stalled enough for you to get to the next part. The next part is that fence section. Once you get to the fence, and by the way, there's all very tight timing on all of this, but once you get to the fence section, then you have to shoot through the fence, which admittedly would not have occurred to me, and unload another full clip onto him. It's also worth noting that your literal movement is wrong in that scene in hard mode, because you'll like run into walls and stall and stuff, which will slow you down, which is relevant because her movement speed is tied to your current movement speed. So if you run into a wall, she'll stop running. Yeah, that's not great. That's fine. Well, Maria's dead. I've never even been over here. He who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss is not bold enough to stare into himself. Truth can only be learned by marching forward. Oh, he's going to mark it. That's actually going to mark it mentally, but yeah. Okay. Not sure why we're marking those, but whatever. Mary is dead. I couldn't protect her. Once again, I couldn't do anything to help. Laura's run off somewhere. Mary, what should I do? Are you really waiting somewhere for me? Or is this your way of taking? I'm going to fight Mary. It's the only thing I have left to hope for. I should write that down. Listen, I've got so much hope, Mr. Red. You don't understand. I have so much hope. Okay, where the hell are we? Hey, look, it's not foggy anymore. It's just like pitch black or something. Good God. We did it. We got rid of the fog. Yeah, no, I'm surprised, Lunareth. I didn't think they'd kill off the succubus like that, but she did. I'm so tempted to put up Adventureland music. I won't do it. I know I'll just piss people off if I did it. Just picture it in your mind as we're doing this. What I could do, I could put up on my phone, and then I would gain the full benefit and firepower of this fully armed and operational adventure line. Hold on, that's a picture of James? Oh my God, that is so hilariously not James. Yeah, I was sorry. I pulled up my phone and I apparently already had Discord up. There it is. There it is. Yes! Yes! Oh, it's an ad. What the hell is... Perfect! Okay, apparently I cannot actually go down. Or right. Yeah, I restreamed it, Loke. And it's already been added to the list. I need to come up with like a really, really quick one-sentence way to summarize my thoughts on the Oblivion R, because like the graphics look better and worse, and they didn't show off most of the stuff that actually matters. There you go. Boom. They also didn't talk about literally the single most important thing about Oblivion. Mod support. Yeah, the lip flaps are legitimately terrible, and the fog is awful, the bloom is bad, and the lighting is bad. Yeah, Oblivion, for those of you who don't remember, has the actual worst level scaling I've ever seen, and the actual worst difficulty options we have ever covered in a video game. Oblivion is a game that is unironically better if you just don't level in it, which means you'll beat the game at about level 4. And its options are so bad. Oh no, it's so much worse than FF8. So FF8, for those of you not aware, actually has 2 forms of level scaling. Okay. So the first form of level scaling in FF8 is enemies have basic stats according to your level. That's your standard level scaling, right? Nothing fancy about that. But there's actually another layer of level scaling that some people get confused about in FF8, where there are brackets, and at new brackets they gain new abilities and new AI scripts. So if you're level like 1 through 30 or whatever, you'll see this type of a boss. Stuff like that. Yes, one of Ultimatia's attacks is specifically scaled. Scaled is the wrong word. The formula behind the attack does damage based on your level. We actually ran into that during one of our playthroughs. Yeah, Jesus Christ, Pika. That's 3 times in the space of about 5 minutes I've been asked the exact same question. The graphics look worse and better, and they didn't talk about the gameplay features that matter. There you go. That's we're going to keep using that. I think that's a good format. No, it's not your fault, Pika. It's just funny. That's why I came up with a standardized sentence. Well, you see, Mr. Red. I'll kill you, Mr. Red. I'll kill you. All right. Okay, apparently I was going the right way. I just literally didn't see it. All right, whatever. The thing I hated most about Oblivion R was probably the haze, the fog, which is funny given the game we're playing right now. It's not pleasant. It makes every single shot look worse, inside and out. The second thing I didn't like was the way they do the lighting. Like, every single shot that included the sun was blinding to an unpleasant degree. need to advertise that ray tracing. Yeah, gotta remember the sun is actually a hole in reality. In lore, in Oblivion. I've just gone through that. Silly me. Oh yeah, safe. Very, very safe. Safe. Most safe method of progression in the world. I just shoot myself, Judo Joker. I mean, it better be a frickin' toggle. Okay. Take that, because I need it, maybe. Okay, there we go. I mean, they're using Unreal. Unreal is actually very editable, even if you don't have mods. Most of Unreal's toggles are literally just INI edits, so boop, done, screw you. No, I do not, Pika. The problem here, and we actually discussed this earlier, is companies have this really dumb problem where they will only accept remastering or remaking the popular games. You know, the ones that least need a remake or a remaster. The reason why is obvious, because those are the popular games. So they pretty much guarantee a sale, right? Now, the funny thing about that is that that's actually very contradictory to actual reality. In other words, they actually hinder their own sales by doing that because they're selling a game that several people already have or enjoy or access or have already played. Obviously, I'm not trying to say that those kind of remasters don't sell, as Resident Evil 4 ARC can obviously attest to. But there's a bit of proven evidence, not as much as I'd like, admittedly, that doing a remaster or remake or otherwise touch up on a less popular game is overall a larger increase in income because of the fact that you're returning people who are not otherwise fans or players of your franchise into players of your franchise. Random example. Let's say they did decide to do a big remake or remaster, not of Morrowind, but of Daggerfall or Arena. And you're probably thinking, ugh, those games suck. Why would you ever touch those? Because they suck. Because they want to try and grab more people in. People, if they do a remaster of Oblivion, people already know Oblivion's good. People already like Oblivion or have heard of Oblivion because it's a very well-known and popular, publicly available game. It's not going to generate any buzz any more than a Skyrim remaster would, or did, for that matter. But if you do something like Arena or Daggerfall, you have the possibility of pulling in people who are interested in the new thing or have never played it before, who might, as a consequence of doing so, become a fan of the Elder Scrolls series or Bethesda games in general and say, oh man, I should try out what other games they have. Now, I do not have any successes of that off the top of my head because I'm tired and I have a headache, but I do know that's happened before. I'd have to go digging for that. Why do I still have this stupid battery? Oh. A remake of Daggerfall would probably either abandon the map concept completely, or just use the same trick that they did last time. Yeah, exactly, Bladefall. If you do a Skyrim remake, all that's going to do is cannibalize Skyrim sales, and you're not really going to expand the sale base. Your customer... Every product or service you put out has a circle you could draw around the people... it's actually 3 circles, excuse me, around the people who are going to buy it. People who are guaranteed to buy it, people who might buy it, and people who are very unlikely to buy it. There's technically a 4th circle, which is people who are guaranteed to never buy it. Those don't matter for these purposes. So, remasters and remakes of popular games, that's the middle circle. sorry, the Centra Circle. Those people are going to get it, pretty much guaranteed. It's not really going to do much for the people 1 or 2 steps out. By contrast, doing a remake or remaster of another game, a game that needs it more. Make sense? I'm probably not making any sense. I'm explaining this very badly, and again, I apologize. I need to deal with that. But anyways. Perhaps you are a fool. The truth usually betrays people. A part of that abyss is in the old society. The key to the society is in the park, at the foot of the praying woman, inside of the ground, inside of a box. To open it, I need a wrench. My patient buried it there. I knew, but did nothing. Maybe uneasy to have such a thing near. I wasn't looking for the truth. I was looking for tranquility. I also saw that thing. I fled, but the museum was sealed as well. Now no one dares to approach that place. If you still do not wish to stop, James, I pray to the Lord to have mercy on your eternal soul. Well, there's the wrench. There's the wrench. There's the wrench. Their wrench is the... Oh my god, game, work with me. Okay, game, I'm kind of in a hurry. Could you, like, let me pick up the wrench, please? James, the wrench! James! Okay, what am I doing wrong here? To use another random example, this is made up, but like... maybe the wrench was too heavy. Let's say they were going to pick a Mega Man game to touch up. Basically, Mega Man 11, right? Would they go with Mega Man 1, the game that needs that the most? Mega Man 3, the other game that needs that the most, because of how buggy and flawed it is? Or would they go with Mega Man 2, the popular one? You already asked that, Peak. In fact, you asked both questions 2 minutes apart, and you put both into the question queue. Although it looks like someone killed the question bot. Who killed the question bot, out of curiosity? Who did it? Who did it? It was Pika! Oh my god! I knew it, Pika! Trying to murder my bot. Or X1, yeah. The popular one. The game that doesn't need it! X3 is a substantially more flawed game. Never mind games that are actually bad, like X6 or X7. You killed my bot, Pika! So a remaster of Morrowind, which, remind you, is just, you know, is a small touch-up. I guess we'll go left. I mean, I don't know. Let's ignore graphics. Let's just throw graphics out the window for a second. The main thing I would remaster from Morrowind... Well, I mean, what can you do with a remaster? Because the whole point of a remaster is it's just a touch-up. It's not really a remake. So, like, we get maybe one change. Let's put it that way. So, the graphics are nicer, whatever. And you get one change to Morrowind. What do you go with? Out of Morrowind, Colgrim? Wow, that's pretty impressive. I didn't realize her butt was that big. I was actually thinking the mini-map. Because the mini-map would be the kind of thing that would be relatively easy to implement, too. Getting rid of the stamina problem, but also not go amiss. I don't know. I'm kind of torn between both of those options. Map or stamina issues. Okay, so to the block. I think that would be my pick. Because spells are fine-ish. Crafting doesn't need to be touched. It's exactly as broke as it needs to be. Admittedly, there would be some issues with, if we're upping the render radius, which we would, because that's part of the graphics, there would be some issues with some of the directions. But I feel like a relatively small polishing pass on editing would be able to smooth out most of those issues. I don't actually know, okay. I know you can get a spray from, like, doing something. I think. It was in one of the speedruns I was watching. Like a pepper spray or something like that, like one-shots bosses. Hey, Zach Taft. You have a visit from the nurses or something? Oh, the spray you get for doing 10-star. Okay, there you go. Congrats, you did the perfect playthrough. Here's something to invalidate all future playthroughs. Victim of persecution by Jenny and Carol lived with pride and honor. What happened here shall never be forgotten. Will you dig? There's a chainsaw. What is this, Resident Evil 4? Well, good thing we got that wrench. I can't open the lid. I don't have a wrench. James. Hi, T-Ziller. Then we get a bronze key. Yep, definitely bronze. Also, I just lost 2 of my teeth. Okay, so we got the key. Now we go to the Historical Society, I think. Let me double check the walkthrough so I don't waste 5 minutes walking up there and then 5 minutes back. Yep, I was right. Woo. Something... words. I mentioned as one of the potential positives is a camera plus for gameplay. Earlier was actually a best example. I should have talked about it while we were there. While we were going down the street, out of essentially nowhere, the camera swiveled and showed us one of the houses. It's actually a form of guidance. In other words, hey, this is what you're looking for. It's been doing that the whole time, honestly. But that's probably one of the most overt examples of it, and why that's a gameplay positive. Potential gameplay positive. Excuse me. You know, what happens if James dies here? Like, what actually happens to him? Don't answer. I mean, you can answer if you want to. I'm not even sure we have an answer, but, like, it's just an interesting thing to think about. It's like, where do you go from here? You know, I've never noticed this before, Mr. Red, but his hips sway a lot when he walks. Just stare at them, Mr. Red. Stare at his swaying hips. Oh, save point. Boop. How so, okay? If you don't mind clarifying. I, of course, have no map. Oh, I do have a map. Yeah. The hospital was built in response to a great plague that followed a wave of immigration to this area. Originally a little more than a shack, but it gradually grew and grew. Photo of director of the old Brookhaven Hospital. Looks like he was a famous person in town. Hole of a deep, deep hole. Oh man, I can't wait to go into that hole. Oh yeah. James, probably. Yes. I mean, you know he'd be the kind of person who'd be like, sweet, speaking of which, let's just go into this place. This is just an idea that is smart. Silent Hole 2. The Holiday. I have been more impressed with the visuals than I thought I would be. Anybody who knows me knows I am rather notoriously not a fan of the PS2 era graphics. I wasn't a fan then, and I'm less of a fan now. Having said that, I did have to give the game a negative for quite literally giving me a headache. Which is why we got rid of that freaking grain. But once you get rid of the freaking grain, it's not terrible. Prisoner C221. Time to murder the prisoner. It has... Well, it hasn't got any brickwork positives yet, but I'm thinking about at least one. I would say the character models are inoffensive in this. Probably doesn't sound like, you know, something positive, but I do mean it as one. Again, PS2 character sprites, not something they're known for. Yep, this is the kind of place I could picture James being. Oh, pure contempt, 100%. Ignoring the fact that James is suicidal, that's not even debatable. Okay, before we jump into the hole, because you know that's where this is going, right? You know that's where that's going. Let's go ahead and move on. Actually, that's an interesting question. When did GTA 3 come out? Same year, yeah. For those of you not aware, hang on, this was built during the Civil War, later became Toluca Prison. Okay. Death by skewering. Execution at the prison. Death by skewering or strangling. To choose his death as the prisoner's last taste of freedom. Crimson and White Banquet for the Gods. Oh my gosh. Yeah. The reason I ask is because, for those who are not aware, GTA 3 actually used motion capture. It was considered bonkers insane to have motion capture in a video game at that day and age. And GTA 3 was considered stupid when they were developing it for actually using motion capture in it. And yeah, that's why I bring it up. Like, apparently Silent Hill 2 did as well. I'm presuming. I'm only off the deeper end to go off of that. He might be lying to me. He's lying to me. So I gotta send you to Silent Hill. Or see a bunch of posters calling you a liar all the time. I don't know what to do. The hole's... No! The hole's dark and I can't see anything. Alright, whatever! Let's go! The one thing I don't quite get is the water motif. The fog makes more sense, but water? Well, this is my life now. Being in this hole. You know what? That's right. His highest stat is end. Oh wow, I'm supposed to have a steel pipe by this point. Yeah, I'm glad I looked this up, because I already gave up on this. See, water symbolizes death, and rain symbolizes death. So it makes perfect sense. If you're paying attention, I checked several of these before giving up on it. Oh, there it is. Probably not, Pika, no. We actually can't, Pika. You can't get either of the joke endings on a first playthrough. So in one of the, I'll actually tell you them. In one of the joke endings, a UFO shows up with the main protagonist, Harry, I think his name is, from Silent Hill 1. He's like, hey! And then James is abducted by aliens. Boing. The other joke ending, which is a little bit more well-known, it turns out there's this dog. And this dog is sitting in a control room and has been controlling all the events of the entire game from the very beginning. We were always just puppets for the dog. And James very suddenly starts speaking Japanese and is like, hey, I can't do Japanese. And then, you know, And he's begging, sobbing, why? Why would you do this to me, dog? And the dog licks his face to make him feel better. Well, time to kill myself. That's hysterical, psychotic. I did not know that. Okay, for real, let me out. Notice I can't actually turn my flashlight back on either. And the dog was always the jailer's plan. Yeah, a lot of speedrunners go for the dog ending because it's actually the quickest to get. Yeah, I saw some... Can I... Okay. Well, hang on. "'Tis doubt which leadeth thee to purgatory." Yeah. That's just the letter again. Yeah. No, not yet, Mr. Red. To my knowledge, there's nothing that bugs me about this game, but it's worth noting, I don't really know this game. Like, you know what I mean? I know some of the greater lore, and I do have my own theories about what's happening and why. But, like, I don't know the sequence of events. I have never played this game, other than, like, 5 minutes at the beginning. So, as usual, I'm just an idiot, and it would not occur to me to go take that battery. Hit the wrong button. Very important. Oh, God! Oh, God, they're everywhere! I guess bug warning. Don't maybe do it each time, game. Jump scares don't really get me. Like, I can be startled, like anybody could. But, like, jump scares don't really do much for me. Having said that, have I been scared? I would say so far, and I mean this sincerely, so far the thing that's gotten to me the most would be the sound of Mr. Red whenever I ask him to do a highlight reel. It's an awful sound. Didn't even mean anything. There was nothing to it. It was just there. I suppose it depends on how it's applied, Cordoon, but technically speaking, yeah. Yeah, they went forward in time. Am I understanding the appeal of this game? No. There's a reason this is probably going to be a coffee game. I have absolutely no idea why people enjoy this game. It's pretty good, I think. Maybe. I'll tell you one thing, the visuals remind me a lot of Dark Souls. For essentially the same reason. As much as I absolutely despise the desiccated, rotting look, in Dark Souls they do that for a reason. It's because the world is a desiccating, rotting corpse of a husk that should have died long ago and hasn't been allowed to yet. Because you see, death is a good thing. And here, well, I don't want to spoil too much, but let's just say this place looks like this for a very specific reason. I know that game. God dang it. Now that's an interesting question. I obviously have no way of knowing, but it would be interesting to know how many people specifically like the gameplay of this game. Not necessarily like it for the gameplay or prefer the gameplay, but like they do actually enjoy the gameplay axis. Because I've heard people talk about this game for about 100% of my time on the internet. Like, but well, that's not true because I was on the internet in the 90s. But like, when I started getting into the analysis scene, for lack of a better way to put it, this is like the game that's brought up alongside Metal Gear Solid 1 and like I shouldn't remember any other big ones off the top of my head. You can't, James, maybe don't, but whatever. Pretentiously analyze his dissent. Okay, sure. I've got a walkthrough that I've been perusing periodically whenever I get lost. Because I'm tired of wasting time being lost. Oh, hey, Freddy. How did you get down here?
Killing a person ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head.
Okay.
You killed him? But it wasn't my fault. He made me do it.
Calm down, Eddie. Tell me what happened.
That guy, he had it coming. I didn't do anything. He just came after me. Besides, he was making fun of me with his eyes, like that other one.
Just for that, you killed him?
What do you mean, just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Oh yeah? Why not? Till now I always let people walk all over me. Just like that stupid dog. He had it coming too.
Eddie?
I was just joking, James. He was dead when I got here, honest. Anyway, I gotta run.
You're going out there alone?
Yeah.
Eddie?
Okay. So, yeah. That makes something make a little bit more sense. I've heard several people say that Eddie is the most despicable person in this game, which is impressive. If Eddie actually killed the dog, which based on that conversation, I'm guessing that back in the real world, that's exactly what he did, then yeah, I can see why people say that. Save point. I gotta flashbang myself first. Eddie was like, "You don't understand." I mean, oh my god, I killed him. He came at me. I was just joking. I didn't kill him. I found him that way. Anyways, bye. No, he killed the dog. I get it. That's why he's here. He killed the dog. Really? Belly Volva. Wow. Oh, hi. That's right, I'm not afraid at all anymore. I got a gun. Me some. Like, normally I'd say liquid courage, but I guess it's like lead courage? I don't know. Yeah, we don't know. I mean, I don't know anything about Eddie or Angela or Laura. I only know anything about James Boulanger. Needs courage when you have a gun. You were there. You were there. You were there. Oh yeah, reach into that toilet. Absolutely blatable. After all, I've got a gun too. Oh, thank God. Oh, I've never been so relieved. It's a good point. James doesn't have the survival instinct to not push against someone who's got a gun. I'll get that lighter. What's on the other side? This prison, sounds pleasant to be in. Is this officially our third dungeon, by the way? Just out of curiosity. Oh, Jesus. Okay, this is going to be a thing. I can already tell. Here's a bonus question. How many dungeons are there? Total. Just kind of gauge it. I mean, I guess, yes? No? I don't know. I'm just kind of trying to gauge how far through the game I am, because I have absolutely no mental vibe on how far through this game I have. I feel like I'm still in the first 20 minutes of the game, or to this point, for how little has actually happened and how little I've accomplished. Like, let's actually look at the plot for a second. So I've managed to get to town, find that it's crazy and that people are crazy. That's it. So I don't have a vibe on where I am in the game. That's a good one. But I suppose you don't have to tell me if there's some reason why that would be a spoiler. rifle shells. Okay. Really pushing that water motif. I'm still racking my brains about what the water represents. Safe. Yeah, I'm not planning on finishing today. That'd be nice, but I sincerely doubt it. It's almost lunchtime. Yeah, it'd have been nice, but whatever. At least there's a decent chance we'll finish tomorrow, then. Do you mind? Okay, so nothing in there. Nothing in there. I need to turn around. Sacrifice an art of demon summoning. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't worry about that too much. Okay. I'm gonna be honest and say no, I didn't notice it plutonium. I've never done a low-level run of FF5. I don't know why I emphasize low-level. I've never done a low-level run of FF5. I've done one of several games, including Chrono Trigger, but also Final Fantasy VI and a handful of others. I never tried one with 5. 5 feels like a weird one to do. I should set up a retro achievements thing. That infinite spare time I have. That is terrible, Judo Joker. Wow. Okay. I'm gonna pretend I never read that. I was gonna say, the big problem is that kind of puts you into Oko mode. Most of your output shouldn't be super affected by it, but your health is gonna be pathetic. So attacks you're supposed to just absorb, you know, you don't. Oh, it's even better, Judo Joker. God. Okay. We can try going this way? Hey, baby. Two things. First, you don't have clothes on. Yeah, I see. You have a shirt, but that's it. So, you can sit with me for a bit. You can't play this game, though, okay? This game is not for you. I told your sister that, too. Oh, baby. You want to what? Sorry? Well, the Switch is a pretty good thing for playing games. I will admit that. Now, let's see what we got here, shall we? Let's just try that. Mario. This is Mario. See? This is you. Bounce. Play it. Here, you'd probably be more comfortable. Bed. Come here. Wouldn't you be more comfortable in bed? How do you want to be then? Is that better? Have a look at the one back. Is that better? Hey. Hit it again. There you go, see? Yeah, let me make it so you can hear it. Is that better? Is that better? That's actually a good question, Bladefall. Oh, resolved by capturing. Okay. Okay, so... That is some deep significance, Cordu. There we go. Now we have the lighter. Whatever that's good for. Oh man, I really hope I could stick my hand in even more toilets in this game. Actually, is there any other toilet we stick our hand into? I'm just curious. Why not? Hang on. What's going on, baby? Where's the penguin? Where's the penguin? Where's the penguin? Get out of the stuff.
I said Star Wars.
I should change it. So there we go. Now you have to hold down A.
A, but see, A moves you forward. You understand? Because that's the gas. If you let A go, you'll stop going forward. Can you stop pressing for some? See how you come to stop? Press. Yeah. Now you can hit A again to keep going. See? That's called playing. That's what it means when you play a game. See? You got it. That's right. Look out! Look out! There's a lot of snowmen. There are one. They're right there. You gonna get that one? No, we're gonna go buy that one. How about that one? You gonna get that one? Nope, not gonna get that. You can get the lightning cord.
I don't know how.
I don't either. You're gonna have. Congrats. Congrats. Oh, the spittoon. 100% Shadow Machine. I still remember those descriptions. Those horrible, horrible descriptions. No, I would actually agree with you, Blade Jamal. Then again, I tend to find Metroid games dreadful. How many penguins are there? In general. And as I've said several times, I enjoy that kind of dread. Well, I mean, she's over there playing Mario Kart, so there's a gap. There's more or less. Whoa, hello. I can tell I don't have my headphones in because I don't even hear that. Oh, it's a magazine. Toluca Lake, the town's main tourist attraction. This clear, beautiful lake has another side as well. It may seem like a typical ghost story that you might find in any number of old towns across the country, but in this case, the legend's true! On a fog-bound November day in 1918, the Little Baroness, a ship filled with tourists, failed to return to port. A newspaper article from back then simply says it's most likely sunk for some reason. Despite an extensive police search, not a single fragment of the ship nor any of the 14 bodies of passengers or crew has ever been recovered to this day. In 1939, an even stranger incident occurred. Many corpses rest at the bottom of this lake. Their bony hands reach up towards the boats that pass overhead. Perhaps they reach for their comrades. Did you do it? Did you finish the race? But what place did you get? What number? Congrats. You got 7th, though. That's not losing. No, it's not that binary. It is a granular thing. I would not expose my niece to the visual imagery of this game under basically any circumstances. Even a 3-year-old mind can understand things like blood and dirty and gore. Of course, you got to get to the next race. Literally just waste my health resources. What power-up did you get? Ooh. Hog ending out of context. Fair. Can't argue. Who would put a banana on the road? What? You put the banana on the road. Oh, okay. She put a banana on the road so the bad guys would slip on it. That's pretty gross. Yeah, these toilets are actively disgusting. Which, again, continues to make sense. Once again, the only thing that doesn't really fit for me is the water. I haven't been able to come up with anything for the water. I mean, I could make up something. As you can see, the water represents the desire amongst all best human beings to return to the time of innocence. And bananas. We must return to bananas. Very important. Bowser puts the bananas in Silent Hill, and that's why there's the water. Yeah, but like, what does water have to do with a mind state? That's what I'm failing at. I don't get the connecting point there. Okay. Why do you keep getting so many powers? Wait, really? I've actually never heard of that off the deeper end. I'm dead serious. I've never heard of water being associated with sadness before. I suppose... Well, that doesn't make sense either, though. I know water motifs tend to be a big thing in Japanese things, like, for example, Final Fantasy X. But... Was it you?
I was Bowser again.
Bowser keeps putting those bananas on the road.
And me.
Wait, you put them there too? Aw. Wait, are you Bowser? Are you Bowser? Okay, good. Because I'm Bowser. If it's just water equals grief, then yeah, I guess that's it. I have nothing worthwhile to even mention about that. Oh, absolutely, Blitchel. What place did you get, baby? What number? Nice. She's doing good. She got 7th. My littlest is the most video game oriented of all my nieces. It's very strange. She's the youngest by far. But she's the video gamey one. What in the world? 436 people at a recital. Okay. Burning Man. Okay. Excuse me. I should sit there and count all 436. What? You're not supposed to drive on stairs. Okay, we got the wax doll. Yep. We got the tablet of the oppressor. Uh-huh. We haven't gotten the horseshoe. Oh, I'm missing something. Think? Yeah, I am. Oh, geez, I missed something right at the beginning. Of course I did. Oh no, Hearthglen is one of the elite areas, Psychotic. That area is there to kill you. Hi, see you around off the deep end. Don't drive on the stairs! Okay, you can drive on the stairs if you want to. No! No more stairs. Whoop, wrong way, wrong way. Don't go back on the stairs! Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, good. Yes, the toilets in this game represent Skibidi. No further explanation required. Okay, okay, gosh. I don't think anybody actually likes Skibidi Toilet. Literally anybody in the entire world. That... Okay, so we're back at the beginning. I'm looking for the shower room. Stop driving on the stairs! You said you were. Okay. Yeah, I can't believe Half-Life. You do have lots of jumping powers, I've noticed. Okay, what? Where was the map? Head south? Okay, I accept you driving on stairs, since I can't stop you. You do like to drive on the stairs. Okay, so the map was right here, I think. So head south from here, go to the first door on James's right. Which would be where we just were, so that's obviously a lie. Maybe it means at the end? And maybe it means his left instead of his right. What are you going to coin for? I heard you. You got a coin. Well, yeah, coin increases your speed. What? Okay, that has to not be been where we got the map thing, because that's the only thing that makes sense. Okay, hang on. Idea. Let's turn around. Let's try here. You know, one thing I do like about how dark this game is, I can't see its graphics. Why do you keep saying getting so many coins? Oh, you finished. What number did you get? What number? Oh, you got 8? That's not possible. Hang on, baby. Let me see if I can find this stupid thing. Probably can't. Oh, maybe. Aha! Okay, we got the other thing. Okay, now... What kind of trophy did you get, baby? Ooh. What's the circle look like? Looks like a rounded star with round eyes. Okay. Apparently it looks like a star. My bad. They've already got a script extender? Jesus. That's hilarious. Oh no, he's one of those people who lists music as his hobby because he doesn't actually have any hobbies, Mr. Red. When asked what kind of music he listens to, he's just like, oh, you know, just, you know, jazz, rock kind of thing. Because he doesn't. Like, he doesn't listen to anything. Wait, what? Oh my god, I'm still missing a tablet. Oh, okay, hang on. I'm stupid. I missed a tablet. You know how to start up a race. By the way, I just felt like defending this because someone was asking about this. Some people ask why I call her baby. So, my eldest niece, I called her baby girl. You know, hey baby girl. That was just the nickname. Because I have nicknames for everybody. There's a reason I call her sis, after all. So, then, a second child was born. So we had to come up with something new. So she became Baby Bear. Then another child was born. It's like, I'm running out of names. So she's just Baby. Wow, 40 lore coins. That's 5, 6, 7. That's I heard you. There it is. Tablet of the Oppressor. Okay, back we go. Oh, and now we're stuck in here forever. And now it suddenly works. Sure, whatever. I would say the box is probably winning. Okay, so combine. Congrats. You and your jumping powers, I swear. The Oppressor, the Gluttonous Pig, and the Seductress. Who's the oppressor? Are we the Oppressor? Because the other two are obvious. Federation builder. Don't worry about it. I'm too broke too. Well, yeah. Okay, there's a horseshoe. I mean, I don't have zero income, but I would not have a place to stay if not for two other people's incomes helping out, you know? We are definitely at the pooling phase of existence. Okay, so we got the lighter. Well, if you need to stop subscribing to me, Spartan, I do understand completely. Oh, right, this game is actually about capitalism. Whew, okay, got it out there. This game is about communism, capitalism, beauty, life, death, dreams, hope. It reminds me of my favorite scene in Squid Games. Capitalism. Aw. Wait, what number did you get? Yeah, it's the bikers that represent capitalism. Okay, so, hang on. I'm actually missing something. You have to get some number. Woof woof. She just called the Chain Chomps doggy. Sorry, Volleyball. No, my niece, my youngest niece, is hanging out on my bed over there where she can't see the game, playing Mario Kart. Okay, I missed something in this room. Well, Johnny McEasycock, we all know he's actually a destructo machine in combat. He's got the infinite kick, after all. Where is the rifle? Am I just blind? I do not see it. Oh, there it is. It's up there. Get the rifle, James. Take the rifle, James. Did I get the rifle? Oh, I did already get the rifle. Oh, my bad. Ignore me. I thought I didn't get it. In that case... I mean, I will freely admit I am one of those people who worries about how other people raise their kids, but if you know me, you know that you have to go a little bit further down the line to get to the point where I worry than most people. Like, actual child neglect is the kind of thing that I don't really have a lot of tolerance for. Stop putting bananas on the road. She says, but I want to. Okay, so this makes perfect sense. We're going to take the horseshoe. Yep. We're going to take the metal lighter, and we're going to take the wax doll, and we're going to combine them all and use them. This makes perfect sense. Well, this is our third hole in a row. I'm gonna go get lunch. See you guys in a bit.